Good morning. Welcome to the County of Lake Board of Supervisors meeting, Tuesday, October 3rd.
You want to introduce yourself?
I'm Presley Bassard. I'm from Blue Heron 4-H, and I live in Lakeport.
Thank you. Okay, great. So then you're going to say, we're going to call the meeting to order.
So we're calling the meeting to order now. We're going to start with a moment of silence.
So this morning, I'd like to honor our senator that just passed away last week, Dianne Feinstein. She was a champion for so many things and pushed forward women's rights and had a lot of difficult conversations over the decades of service. A lot of difficult decisions were made. Her leadership impacted so many of us. I want to honor her with our moment of silence. And I know we have a few others from other supervisors.
Yeah, I'd like to give a moment of silence for the family of Jim Westrich, a longtime resident in Middletown who's passed away recently, and just want to make sure his family knows that people are thinking of him at this point. So that's it.
And a moment of silence. We do have an emergency shelter in North Lakeport. We did have somebody pass away yesterday, sadly. We're not able to share his name today. We're still trying to notify next of kin. But it was very heartwarming, the support that shelter staff have put out. Lake Family Resource Center, I'd like to thank Chief Rasmussen from the City of Lakeport, who coordinated a dinner effort tonight using some service clubs, Kiwanis, Elks, Rotary, and we're probably forgetting somebody. So it's a very tragic time, but it's also a time of hope in that we were able to provide support to the community that surrounded him in his last days. And we're so thankful that although he passed with a roof over his head, and he did not pass in the street of our community. Thank you.
Anyone else down here? Okay. Lead us in the pledge.
All right, we're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance now. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So now you're going to ask this question. Do we have any extra items not appearing on the posted agenda?
Do we have any extra items not appearing on the posted agenda?
We do not.
So then we're going to say, you can say, we're going to move to approval of the consent agenda.
Okay, we're going to approve the consent agenda.
I ask if there's any items that need to be pulled.
Are there any items that need to be pulled?
And so Supervisor Sabatier has his pen up, so we'll ask him.
Thank you, Madam Chair and friend. I'd like to move or pull items 5.8 and 5.10 for further discussion or quick fix.
Okay. And then you're going to ask the public, are there any items the public wishes to pull?
Are there any items the public wishes to pull?
I don't have Zoom open.
We would also like to pull 5.14 due to an attachment.
5.14?
Correct.
Okay. Is there anyone in the Zoom room? Nobody. Okay. Okay, then you say, we'll bring it back to the board for action.
We'll bring it back to the board for action.
No. So, Madam Chair, I will move to approve consent agenda items 5.1 through 5.7, 5.9, 5.11 through 1.2, because 1.3 is what is being pulled. So 1.3, 5.11 through 5.13, and then end it with 5.15 through, and that's it.
Second.
So now you want to say, all in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Any opposed?
Motion passes.
Motion passes.
Great, thank you. So then we're going to, these are all the consent items, these 5-point items. We're going to go down here to our timed items. Let's go 6.1, 906, public input.
6.1906 public input.
The Board of Supervisor meetings are a limited public forum, and comments need to be addressed to an item on the agenda or something that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. If comments do not fall into one of these categories, the board will move on to the next speaker. County Council may assist in identifying comments that are not related to the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. So if anyone in the chambers would like to come up and give public input, you'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name.
Good morning. Mireya Turner, Community Development Director. If I could get our code enforcement staff to join me up here, please. I apologize for the snafu in the scheduling that I didn't get this on the agenda so it could be properly adopted and proclaimed by the supervisors, but the opportunity to honor our code enforcement officers was too great to just let it slip by to next year. So we did a little fancy wordsmithing with admin and came up with the following. Designating the week of October 9th through 13th, 2023 as Code Enforcement Officer Appreciation Week in Lake County. Whereas code enforcement officers provide for the safety, health, and welfare of Lake County citizens through the enforcement of local, state, and federal laws and ordinances dealing with various issues of building, zoning, housing, animal control, environmental health, and life safety. And I just want to make a caveat there that we are extremely thankful and dependent upon our relationships with our other departments who are the experts in environmental health and animal control and law enforcement. Whereas the role of code enforcement officers has expanded in recent years, with jurisdictions increasingly relying on the expertise and training of code enforcement officers in their communities, dealing with cases ranging from broken windows to illegal cannabis cultivation. And another caveat, I want to express the appreciation that I have for our staff and their dedication on getting their certifications, their education, so that they're experts in the code when they're out in the field and they can better advise and help our residents. Whereas in 2023, the Code Enforcement Division has opened 1,508 cases, and our code enforcement officers are highly effective at securing self-abatement of these cases through their training, compassion, and communication skills. No caveat, I'll just keep going. And whereas code enforcement officers often have a highly visible role in Lake County and regularly interact with the public and a variety of federal, state, county, and local officials in their capacity as code enforcement officers. And whereas code enforcement officers have challenging and demanding roles and often do not receive recognition for the job they do in improving quality of life for our residents and the businesses in our local communities. Now, therefore, be it celebrated that the County of Lake hereby recognizes the second week of October in 2023 be known as Code Enforcement Officer Appreciation Week in Lake County, and honors the code enforcement officers that serve our community and acknowledges their role in leading the way to improve quality of life within our community. I am very, very thankful to be a member of this team of dedicated professionals and furthermore, like human beings. When they go out in the field, they come back, with amazing stories, and I'm just impressed by their dedication that keeps them coming back the next day to go out again.
Great.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so much.
Somebody pulled up. All right, ready? Here we go. Yes. Thank you so much for what you do.
Now you're going to ask, is there any other public comment?
Comments?
Comment, yeah.
Are there any more public comments?
We have anyone in the chambers or in the Zoom room that would like to give public comment? Okay. Okay, go ahead, Dr. Ava.
Good morning. This is Dr. Ryan. I'm the executive director for Sunrise. Just wanted to take a moment and express my deepest condolences to the community for the passing of one of our residents at the shelter yesterday, and also to take the moment to express my deepest gratitude to Supervisor Green, our chief of police, Brad, and the rest of the community that they came together yesterday and helped out for the behavior health, for all the counselors, and the members of the community that showed up yesterday. And it's a difficult moment. It's a sad moment, and we were sorrowed by that news. But again, this is the time to just express my gratitude for everyone who came together and helped us in this difficult time. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else in the Zoom room? No? Okay. So then you're going to say our next item is 6.3, 908, presentation. And you can read that whole thing. Oh, I'm sorry, no pen. I'm sorry, 6.2. That one.
Our next item is 6.2, 907, Pet of the Week.
Good morning. I am Lake County Animal Control Officer Sadie Egan, and today with me we have Pumpkin. Pumpkin is a 1-year-old pit lab mix brought to the shelter from Highway 29 and Mockingbird Lane. She is very sweet, and she thinks she is a lap dog. She gets along with other dogs, and she loves kisses and hugs. If you're interested in adopting Pumpkin or any other dogs, we are located at 4949 Hellbush Lane in Lakeport. We are currently full in all of the kennels. Thank you.
Thanks for joining us, Pumpkin.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Okay, now you can read this one. And if you want to go after this, it's okay? Because this is your proclamation.
I guess it tells me where my dog is.
Our next item is 6.3, 908, presentation of proclamation designing the week of October 1 through the 7th, 2023 as National 4-H Week in Lake County.
Okay, so then you and I are going to come down. So anyone with 4-H is welcome to come up here and join us today. Do you want to read the proclamation? Sure. Okay. Here you go. Yep, read the whole thing into the microphone.
Board of Supervisors, County of Lake, State of California. Proclamation. Designing the week of October 1 through 7th, 2023 is National 4-H Week in Lake County. Whereas 4-H is America's largest youth development organization, having supported almost 6 million youth across the country this far. And whereas the Lake County 4-H program has over 229 youth and 72 volunteers in its 9 clubs in Lake County. California to become confident, independent, resilient, and compassionate leaders. And whereas 4-H is delivered by the University of California Cooperative Extension, a community of more than 100 community universities across the nation that provides experiences where young people learn by doing hands-on projects in areas including health, science, agriculture, and citizenship. And whereas National 4-H Week showcases the incredible experiences that 4-H offers young people and highlights the remarkable 4-H youth in Lake County, California, who work each day to make a positive impact on those around them. And whereas 4-H network of nearly 600,000 volunteers and 3,500 professionals provides caring and supportive mentoring to all 4-Hers, helping them grow to true leaders, entrepreneurs, and visionaries. Now, therefore, the Board of Supervisors of the County of Lake do hereby proclaim October 1 through 7th, 2023 as National 4-H Week throughout Lake County, California, and encourage all of our citizens to recognize 4-H for the significant impact that they have made and continue to make by empowering youth with the skills they need to lead for a lifetime. Passed and adopted this 3rd day of October, 2023.
Great job, Presley. Thanks for doing that for us. And this is a hard one because obviously all the kids are in school and they're excellent students. We don't want to take them away from their studies, but Presley got to pop out this morning because she was in her leadership class this morning, and that this is a priority with leadership. So do you want to tell us a little bit about 4-H, what it means to you, how long you've been doing it, what kind of projects you've been working on?
Sure. I've been in 4-H for 8 years. I do community service, I raise animals. Some things I do in community service, I pack boxes for troops overseas. I attend the Wreaths Across America ceremony. I go to the Veterans Day ceremony, make cards for the veterans. I've raised chickens, and I'm about to raise turkeys in a couple years here.
Excellent. Thank you for joining us. Would any of you like to say something? Anyone?
Presley said it all.
All right. That's good. Well, Jean's our new, you should introduce yourself.
So I'm the new 4-H Lake County Coordinator. Our office is at the UCE Extension in Lakeport, on Lakeport Boulevard. I was going to say Lakeshore, so I knew that was wrong.
An agricultural building.
An agricultural building. And I'll pass it down. This is my right and left hand. Nicole?
Yeah, so we're in the agricultural building. So for National 4-H Week, we are going to be at that ranch this weekend and have a booth there to reach out to the community and encourage enrollments for 4-H. Yeah, I don't know. Julie Frizzell's was our community education specialist for the last 29 years, and she is retiring this December, and so Jean is taking over for her. And I've been with the UC Cooperative Extension office for 18 years. So yeah, and Elizabeth here.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Lincoln. I'm one of the leaders for the Habenipo 4-H Club. It was created last year. It's the first in many years, I think. We have the honor to have all of our members are tribal members from Lake County and outside of Lake County, some of them tribal members from other tribes. But we've had so much support. This program is going to mean so much for our kids and have already made a huge impact in the community and for our children. And so everything that Presley had said definitely will reach all of our children at the Big Valley Band of Poma Indians and beyond. So thank you.
Well, thank you all for joining us. I want to see if we have any comments from the board.
I just want to make sure the public's aware, if they want their children getting involved with 4-H, how would they go about that and who would they speak to?
So they can just contact the UC Cooperative Extension Office. Our website is celake.ucanr.edu. And we have a 4-H section on there along with everything else that UC Cooperative Extension offers. And there's a whole enrollment tab, so it will give them information. But basically the first step is just reaching out to us. A lot of the clubs do an outreach booth at like back to school nights and that type of thing. So look for those. And then Jean has put up a bunch of banners around the county that is advertising with all of our information on them also. So.
And what I'm hoping, because I'm sure there will be a picture after every proclamation there is, if we can provide some links to that website so that everybody can easily find that information, that would be great.
Absolutely. We can provide all that for you. Thank you.
Anyone else from the board? Supervisor Simon?
Yeah, just such a valuable program. It is great to see that the BEMATO has stepped up and got the new one going on for the tribes. But just experiencing what the young kids do, especially at the sale at the fair, all the way through the process of raising the animals, bringing them to sale, and really being responsible through that. The responsibility, the ownership, and the hard work that goes into that is just unbelievable. Been able to experience it myself. My son did it his senior year. Wish he would have done it more, but he did it once. And, we saw all the hard work that goes on. I know there was a very successful sale that happened this year at the fair, but there is ultimate. I've been able to participate in the Wreaths Across America, where our 4-H, whichever one, Middletown, I've done Lower Lake Cemetery, all of those things that happen are very important. So I just appreciate the work that's done with this youth, and a lot of them are former leaders. I think we have folks that are serving as sheriff right now in Lake County that have been through the program, and probably many others, but it creates great leadership opportunities, and probably a little nervous, but good job today on the meeting. So excellent work.
But she stepped up, and that's what she's being trained to do, step up and be a leader. So,
Be more confident and have public speaking skills, and you're doing awesome.
that's right. Do we have any public comment in the chambers or in the Zoom room? Anyone in Zoom? No? Okay. Well, I really want to thank you for coming in today, Presley, and thank all of you for all the countless hours. I know this is a lot of work, but it's worth it. Getting these skills and training and mentoring our kids. They're going to be our leaders one day. And so I really appreciate that investment of all of your time and energy. Thank you. All right, so we're going to take a picture. And I have...
Oh, yeah, that's great. Okay? 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you.
Okay. Our 6.4, 9:09 a.m. item, presentation of proclamation designating October 7th, 2023 as Ageism Awareness Day. Supervisor Crandall.
All right, I'll be reading this proclamation. It's an important proclamation to consider with the fact that we have quite a bit of folks that come here to retire and live in the community that are above the age of 60, as stated in this proclamation. So I'll go ahead and read it. This proclamation designating October 7, 2023 as Ageism Awareness Day in Lake County. Whereas ageism refers to the stereotypes of prejudice and discrimination toward others based on age, and whereas there are an estimated 21,058 older adults in Lake County over the age of 60 who are impacted by ageism, and whereas ageism toward older adults affects their health and longevity, financial well-being, and the economy of Lake County, and whereas preventing ageism in education, employment, housing, and healthcare will benefit all. And whereas recognizing that it is up to all of us to ensure the older adults are respected and portrayed as capable, competent, effective, and valued in all areas of society. And whereas ageism awareness and preventing ageism is beneficial to all citizens of Lake County by improving quality of life within Lake County. And now, therefore, the Board of Supervisors of the County of Lake hereby proclaims October 7, 2023 to be Ageism Awareness Day in Lake County, passed and adopted this third day of October 2023. Signed, Chair Jessica Pieska. And is there anyone that would like to have the proclamation? And if not, I can just leave it up here. But another thing I'd like to add to this is, in reading the proclamation, there's a portion of it that talks about financial well-being for older adults. And I do know that many of us have, parents, grandparents, aunts, uncles. And one thing that I've noticed, especially in dealing with either code enforcement violations, APS calls, things like that, there are folks out there that do portray as if they're caretakers or if they're caring for the best interests of these folks, and a lot of times are taken advantage of because some of our seniors are vulnerable. They are lonely. They really need help, and my grandfather went through it as well, and so I know that if I've been touched by it, everybody has. And so it's important. I think this is important that we read this, but also let's keep that in mind because it affects so much more than just that. I can guarantee, I can count on my hand, just thinking in my head, there's 5 code enforcement violations just because people are staying with seniors that are taking advantage of them. So I just felt like I'd mention that. So.
And Supervisor Crandall, you and I brought this because we sit on the Area Agency on Aging. This is a conversation we have a lot with our seniors. Not only do we need to protect them, but we also, we have such a high population of seniors in our county, and it's growing every day. And they offer so much value. They have amazing skill sets, experience, and it's important that we really honor them as well. Any other comments from the board? Public comment, you want to come up? Have 3 minutes and state your name.
Thank you. My name is Sherry Young, and I work with Lake Family Resource Center, and we've been overseeing the Lakeport Senior Center. So if I can, would love to accept the proclamation on behalf of our Lakeport Senior Center. Yes. Awesome. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Oh. How about with him?
Yeah.
Okay, can we take a photo together then? Okay.
Go ahead. Did you want to see this one?
No, I'll wait till you take
Oh, he likes to do all.
I like to get it.
You got them all?
People. Okay, you're ready? Okay, now I think I am too. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. And I'll keep public comment open if you have something to say. 3 minutes, and please state your name.
Hi, I'm Elaine Brown, and in my journey in the last few months, I talked to the person at Section 8 in Clear Lake, California, and she mentioned how people on a fixed income when they're elderly, that some of them would be in a situation where they're living, and then the landlord would sell the place, and so they were at this fixed place of paying for their rent, and suddenly they're faced with what rent is now, which is very different, and they were displaced. And Section 8 doesn't necessarily meet the needs of people, and so she was just telling me that. So I'm just passing that on. And then another thing, when I was 16, I worked for Orange Julius, and they raised our minimum wage. And so what I learned at that young age, at 16, is that when you raise minimum minimum wage, everything on the menu went up. And so I thought, someone was talking to me about minimum wage raising yesterday, and I thought, man, I saw that economics way back then. And so these elderly people who are on fixed incomes, suddenly they can't even go to McDonald's. So it's just an idea that we maybe think about when we're doing these wonderful things we think we're doing. It could really impact other people that we have no idea we're impacting. So thank you.
Okay. Do we have anybody else in the Zoom room? No? Okay. Oh, it's Olga. Olga, go ahead.
Yes, I just want to commend the supervisors for this important proclamation. Chair Paska, as you mentioned, seniors are the fastest growing demographic in Lake County. And former supervisor Jim Steele and myself formed a nonprofit specifically to support seniors. And I would love to have this proclamation at our next senior summit, which will be the second week of April. I would love to have somebody come and actually speak, and just really want to recognize and commend the supervisors for this important proclamation. Thank you for allowing me a minute.
Thank you, Olga. And just reach out to either of us. Give us a little bit of notice, and one of us will be happy to attend. Thank you. Do we have anyone else? Okay. We'll close public comment on that item. And our next is 6.5, 9:10 a.m., presentation of proclamation designating the month of October 2023 as Pregnancy and Infant Loss Awareness Month in Lake County. So we've been doing this proclamation the last couple of years, and I really like to just talk about what's difficult to talk about. And infant and pregnancy loss touches all of us. If there's anyone in the chambers that would like to come up here and join me, you're welcome to. If you don't want to, that's okay too. Come on up. Thank you. Okay. Board of Supervisors, County of Lake, State of California, proclamation designating the month of October 2023 as Pregnancy and Infant Loss Awareness Month in Lake County. Whereas pregnancy and infant loss is more common than we realize, it is estimated that in the United States that 1 in 4 pregnancies ends in a miscarriage, 1 in 72 pregnancies ends in stillbirth, and 1 in 200 infants die before their first birthday. Whereas many Lake County parents and families have suffered a miscarriage, a stillbirth, or the death of an infant during delivery or shortly after birth, and such a terrible loss is often not recognized. And whereas Lake County wishes to acknowledge the profound grief experienced by families who suffer the death of a small child, infant, or preterm baby. And whereas even the shortest lives are still valuable, and the grief of those who mourn the loss of those lives is significant. And whereas the 15th day of October is recognized in the United States and around the world as a day of remembrance and awareness of pregnancy and infant loss, when supporters honor these losses by lighting a candle at 7 p.m. And whereas increased awareness of the causes and impacts surrounding pregnancy and infant loss may lead to greater understanding, support, and resources in communities across Lake County. And whereas recognizing Pregnancy and Infant Loss Awareness Month and Remembrance Day would enable the people of Lake County to consider how, as individuals and communities, they can meet the needs of bereaved mothers, fathers, and family members and work to prevent the causes of these deaths. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed The Board of Supervisors do hereby proclaim October 2023 as Pregnancy and Infant Loss Awareness Month in Lake County, California, and encourage parents, caregivers, and all residents to become educated in opportunities to prevent pregnancy and infant loss and support bereaved families when prevention is not possible. Passed and adopted this third day of October 2023. This is always a hard one for me, but it's really important that we bring attention to this. I suffered multiple miscarriages, and my first daughter was stillborn on her due date. And I know we've got Motherwise represented here and Lake Family Resources. We also have hospice that provides grief counseling to families at no cost. So we do have a lot of resources. This is something that's very isolating. It's very hard to deal with. But as we move forward on, we have more and more resources in our county to support the families that go through this. And it is more common than we realize. And every year, more and more of this touches us. And I want to thank everyone for being here. I want to thank all of you for stepping up. And I want to thank all the resources that we have out there that are here to support these families. Thank you so much. And Tom, do you have something? Are you going to share about the Wave of Light event?
I thought maybe you would share about it, but what Supervisor Pice is talking about is on. It got pulled on earlier, and I think that's what happened. Thank you. What Supervisor Pyska is talking about is on October 15th at the place called That Ranch. We were going to have a celebration of the light to remember for all those of us who have lost children. I lost my second daughter, Alexis, 3 days after birth, 47 years ago, and she still stays with me in my heart. Do I say something?
I just want to thank you guys for acknowledging Infant Loss Awareness Month. I had a miscarriage a week ago. So, yes, it's very nice to be up here with the support and that it's being brought to light and more talked about.
Okay, I want to see if there's anyone in the chambers or in the Zoom room. Or, I'm sorry, board members first. Yeah. Vice Chair Simon.
The acknowledgement of this, obviously, it affects every community. I know our community, we had a loss this year with the stillbirth, and it is being there to support the family, having the outreach. I want to thank you, Supervisor Pyska, for sending some information on resources, but it's so important that we're there to just give the support that's needed through the family. So this recognition today is the right thing to do, and we'll continue that on. But it affects every community, every individual, and it hurts, and please reach out and ask for the help. That's all that I can say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone in the Zoom room? Okay. So the Wave of Light event is October 15th. It's a national event. Last year we had a really beautiful event at the county park, or Library Park. All families are welcome. We all light a candle at 7 o'clock, and as each time zone across the globe, people light candles at 7 o'clock. That's the wave of light that goes around the world. And so if you know anyone that wants to join us, where can they find information? Is it on Motherwise on their Facebook page?
Yes, it would be on Motherwise Facebook page.
Okay, and we'll include some of that information when we make this picture on the proclamation. Okay, so I'll open up for public comment.
Hi, Elaine Brown, educator. And first of all, I'm so sorry. I once had a friend who told me about 20 years ago what it was like to have a miscarriage, and I had no idea the bond you have even at that, even if it's an early term. And what I'd like to speak on is I talked to a friend who's a midwife, either with UCLA or USC, in a dinner one time, and I had an idea about ultrasounds causing problems to our children, because sound, if you do the research, if you're a musician, you know that sound can change water into looking like different snowflakes. And if we're putting that sound upon babies who are barely there, this could damage. And people think, well, how could that be? Who would do that? Well, in the light of COVID and the research I've done on COVID and babies being vaccinated and the rate of death that we're not hearing about, there is a genocide going on, a silent one, that people in power, don't like other people, and maybe you're targeted. And if you're a Christian, I can say that might be a targeting effect. So ultrasounds, maybe an elite would go in there and they would not be targeted with an ultrasound, but a Christian would go in there and they would turn up the volume of that ultrasound. Now, this is a theory that I talked to a midwife who works with USC or UCLA, and she concurred, and she's highly respected in her field. I don't know what to do to speak out. I've been told to go to these meetings and speak out because now it's on public record, and someone needs to look into it because it's publicly written down. So I just ask, if you want to go into, Robert Kennedy Jr. had yesterday on his website, Children's Defense, it talked about this. Thank you.
When families are going through this, sometimes really insensitive things are said to us. And it's hard not to take that personally. But I just want you to know that if you ever want to reach out to me, or Motherwise, or Lake Family Resource, or Hospice, all of these resources are available. These are incredibly sensitive people, compassionate people with big, big hearts. And I actually had grief counseling for a full year for free. So all of these are here to support our families. And it's not just the women, it's the men, it's the fathers, it's the brothers. All of us are affected by this. So thank you so much for joining us today.
Okay, got him. Okay, you ready? Here we go. Just do one more. Okay, sure.
Oh, my God. Okay, our next item is 6.6, 9:11 a.m., presentation of proclamation recognizing Hispanic Heritage Month in Lake County, California. Supervisor Green.
Anyone here celebrating that today? Just me and my lonesome?
Yep.
Well, that's a problem. We should go out and do something about that. In the meantime, here we are with a proclamation recognizing Hispanic Heritage Month in Lake County, California. There we go.
Yes.
Thank you for stepping up. Whereas Lake County wishes to celebrate the accomplishments of Hispanic Americans who have helped to shape our county. We are grateful for the many contributions Hispanic American men and women make to our communities and the vibrancy they weave into our local culture. And whereas Lake County believes that in diversity, we are strengthened by our diverse beliefs, our thoughts, cultures, and experiences. All Hispanic Americans who live in our county have and continue to enrich our classrooms, our neighborhoods, and our places of work. And whereas from America's earliest days, Hispanic Americans have played a prominent and important role in our national heritage, and Hispanic Americans continue to embody the pioneering spirit of America today. Demonstrating a steadfast commitment to faith, family, and hard work, Hispanic Americans lift up our communities and our economy as entrepreneurs, executives, and small business owners, and make contributions in areas such as science, art, music, politics, academia, government, and sports. And whereas Hispanic-owned small businesses are the fastest-growing businesses in America, starting at a pace 15 times the national average over the last decade, Hispanic Americans own more than 3 million American businesses and serve with honor in all branches of the armed forces, continuing a strong legacy of dedication to our country. Hispanic Americans are a testament to the American promise that anyone can succeed in the United States through hard work. And while it's not in the proclamation, I do want to point out that in Lake County, Hispanic Americans and our native indigenous peoples also enjoy strong bonds, just as we do with the settler community here. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Lake County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims September 15th, 2023 through October 15th, 2023 as Hispanic Heritage Month in Lake County, passed and adopted this third day of October by the Chair of the Board of Supervisors, Jessica Pyska. Now, brave women, who wants to say a few words about what's going on here today? Who's brave today?
So I felt the need to speak just because my dad has worked the fields in Lake County. When it comes down to grapes, walnuts, pears, for over 50 years. And I think last night I was talking to him and I asked him, what year are you going to stop working these night shifts? Because right now is where they're harvesting the grapes. And this year, and he's still going. So I wonder when that day is going to come. But it just made me feel strong bond, just how strong my father is. And I know it's not just because he's Hispanic, but I mean, he came here and he migrated here and he's been working those fields and still till this day. And it just made me feel proud, so.
Anyone else?
My mom was born here in the United States. She was born in Fresno, but she was raised in Mexico. And she didn't come back to the United States until she was about 9 years old. So I was raised in a pear orchard in Ukiah of the Oswald Ranch. So all through in my household, it's just nothing but Spanish. But I've been privileged to see both worlds and to enjoy both worlds, the American world. And yes, I was raised as American, but I do have my Hispanic culture, and I embrace both. And I thank everyone that they're able to accept that.
Born and raised here. My family comes from Puerto Rico, and all my family were in the service, but we were raised with rich Hispanic culture, so I'm blessed to have experienced both, and I'm glad to be here.
Thank you. And I just want to point out, I was born and raised in Fresno, so I got the good and the bad. So definitely it's a diverse, multicultural community, and it also still struggles from the compartmentalization and the isolation and the straight out racism, that still continues to afflict our communities of color. And the Hispanic community, Latinx community, when I was growing up in college, we did Chicano studies. It's such a rich tapestry of culture and stuff like that. And what we have coming from Mexico and what's happening in Puerto Rico and in Spain and in South America, quite different things. And so the breadth of the Hispanic experience is so broad. But here in Lake County, we have so much to celebrate, not just in terms of the good relations we see in our local agricultural providers and the labor that's provided, but also the richness of the interface that you've taken roots in this community and you have blended and become this broader vision. And yet you still retain this culture, and it's so important. So I wish we had more here that could celebrate that today, but it's been a constant theme in my life, and thank you for coming today.
Thank you. And I just want to point out, there was a Press Democrat article last week celebrating some of our amazing Latina leaders. Of course, the wonderful, fantastic, amazing Ana Santana, Angela Cuellar, and Zabni Niera. They are featured in this article. It came out last week in the Press Democrat, talking about the programs that they work on, the mentors that have supported them, and also the amazing tradition that has become everyone's favorite now, Dia de Independencia in Kelseyville, is just celebrating the amazing culture. And I think at this moment, we have so many leaders and so many celebrations around our county. There's so much to be proud of. And thank you for joining us today. Really, really appreciate you being here. Item 6.7, 9:12 a.m., presentation of proclamation declaring the second Monday in October as Indigenous People Day in Lake County. Vice Chair Simon.
Yeah.
And Supervisor Crandall.
Anyone in the audience wants to come up? There you go. Just stayed up. Board of Supervisors, County of Lake, State of California proclamation declaring the second Monday in October Indigenous Peoples Day in Lake County. Whereas the area known as Lake County has been home to people for greater than 12,000 years, and the richly diverse cultures of the 7 tribal nations indigenous to Lake County: the Middletown Rancheria of Pomo Indians, California Core Nation of Northern California, Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians, Scotts Valley Band of Pomo Indians, Abemetal Pomo of Upper Lake, Robinson Rancheria of Pomo Indians of California, and the Elam Indian Colony have informed every aspect of our community's history. And whereas policies and practices of the United States and earlier colonial governments deprived indigenous people in the state of California and Lake County specifically of land holdings, liberty, even life itself. And whereas the County of Lake is committed to protecting rights to tribal organizations and institutions to strengthen their own communities, and whereas Indigenous Peoples Day was first proposed in the United Nations more than 40 years ago. Whereas in January 2019, Lake County proudly became the first United States county with 2 concurrently seated American Indian supervisors. And whereas because of our historic position, we have a responsibility to lead in honoring and celebrating the legacy of all Americans, America's indigenous peoples, and particularly those indigenous to Lake County. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Lake County Board of Supervisors declares each second Monday in October Indigenous Peoples Day in Lake County, passed and adopted this 3rd day of October 2023, signed by the Chair of the Board of Supervisors, Jessica Pyska. Just want to say today, obviously, with the last 2 proclamations, the original inhabitants of, North America here in the United States and across the country today, honoring indigenous people is very important. As it's said in here, removing indigenous people off their land is some of the first things that are done to create trauma and to create, horror for the people that have lived on these lands forever. It's proud every year that I get to read this. Couldn't be any prouder to stand here with my brother, E.J. Crandall, and serve on this board. And we serve all communities and try and represent everyone as equally as possible. And I want to thank you ladies for joining us today. And, 2 weeks ago, we had the room packed. Everybody is out doing what they're doing, I guess. But proud day. So thank you very much, Board of Supervisors, Lake County, allowing me to read this and presenting this proclamation today. So, E.J., I don't know if you have something today.
No, you actually covered one of the things I was going to actually say is Indigenous Peoples Day goes further than just the locality of our Indigenous people. It's also nationwide tribes, and then not to mention tribes that aren't even recognized, all the way, even on the islands in the West Indies, the islands all the way down to South America. We often forget that Indigenous people are from those areas as well, because we share those cultures at specific ceremonies, and they're all very similar to our ceremonies that we hold here. Everything's based on the same thing. So, so I like to mention that as well. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for coming. For our final proclamation this morning, 6.8, 9:13 a.m., presentation of proclamation designating the month of October 2023 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in Lake County. Supervisor Sabatier.
I obviously missed the purple memo. I think we have room for you all. Hello. So you would think that the people closest to you would be the ones that would protect you, have your back, keep you safe. And unfortunately, there are times where the ones closest to you are the ones that pose the greatest danger. And so today, we're going to talk about domestic violence. Proclamation designating the month of October 2023 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in Lake County. Whereas domestic violence impacts women, children, and men of all racial, cultural, and economic backgrounds. And whereas emotional and physical scars resulting from domestic violence are often severe and long-lasting. And whereas in the past 12 months, Lake County law enforcement responded to over 570 incidents of domestic violence, including men, women, and children. In the past 12 months, the Victim Witness Division of the District Attorney's Office has served 406 victims of domestic violence, and the District Attorney's Office has prosecuted 397 felonies and misdemeanor acts of domestic violence. Lake Family Resource Center responded to 989 crisis line calls, served victims, and additionally sheltered 147 domestic violence victims and their children for a total of 5,200 bed nights. Whereas it is crucially important to hold perpetrators responsible for assault and to prevent domestic violence at every opportunity. And whereas family violence is a community problem, stopping the cycle requires not only the strength and courage of survivors, but also the support and involvement of all members of the community. And whereas many organizations such as the District Attorney's Office, Sheriff's Office, Lakeport Police Department, Clear Lake Police Department, and Lake Family Resource Center are committed to ending domestic violence in Lake County and provide essential crisis intervention and prevention services to all members of our community. Now, therefore, the Board of Supervisors of the County of Lake do hereby proclaim that the month of October 2023 is designated as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in the County of Lake, and our community is urged to support the efforts of the agencies assisting victims of domestic violence and to increase their involvement in efforts to prevent domestic violence, thereby strengthening our community and creating an environment which honors, nurtures, and protects all members of every family, passed and adopted this third day of October 2023 and signed by our chair.
Good morning. My name is Mickey Somerville, and I'm a domestic violence advocate for the Lake Family Resource Center. And I just wanted to thank everyone for joining us this morning as we recognize October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. We're gathered here to support the individuals and the families who are victims, survivors, and witnesses to the ever-growing epidemic that is domestic violence. Domestic violence has no mold. There is no cookie cutter or one-size-fits-all, and this term can mean and is something different to everyone and every soul that is affected. As I think back to my younger years, I recall a wise man once telling me, "Abuse was not and is not and never will be your fault. You are not less worthy, less valuable, or less loved because of what someone else has done to you. You are not defined by the terrible things that have happened, and though it may seem impossible or even feel impossible, healing can come to you." 1 in 15 children are exposed to intimate partner violence each year, and 90% of these children are eyewitnesses to the violence. If we collectively unite, we can stop the nearly 20 souls per minute who are physically abused by an intimate partner. On any typical day, 20,000 calls are placed to domestic violence hotlines. Remember that domestic violence can be defined as a pattern of behavior in any relationship that is used to gain or maintain power and control over an intimate partner. This includes behaviors that frighten, intimidate, terrorize, manipulate, hurt, humiliate, blame, injure, or wound someone. So with this information, we, as a community, can make healing possible for all individuals and families if we choose to educate ourselves and ensure that we have the understanding and give the necessary support to remain vigilant in the battle against domestic violence. Thank you for being here. I'd also like to address a couple of activities that we have planned through our agency, our little calendar of events. We have, of course, today is our county proclamation. On Thursday at 6 p.m., we'll be in Clear Lake doing the Clear Lake City Proclamation. October 11th is the Health Cares About Domestic Violence, and so all of our healthcare partners will be wearing purple, and you'll see that if you're in the hospital or doctor's offices, you'll see that. They're supporting it by wearing purple. On the 18th, we have is it the Tribal Health? A Community Awareness? Okay. The Community Awareness event from 3 to 6 p.m. Where is that going to be located? Do we know? It's not on our flyer. Okay, in the big field? Okay, so it'll be on Parallel Drive from 3 to 6 p.m. on the 18th. And then on the 17th, we have the Lakeport City Proclamation at 6 p.m. If everyone, spread the word on October 19th as wear purple. And so everyone on that day should wear purple just to show their support for domestic violence survivors and victims. And then on the 21st, downtown Kelseyville at 9 a.m., we have the Power of Purple Walk. So it's just a big community event. Come in, get cake, and support, again, those families and individuals who are survivors and victims. And then on the 31st, you'll see our agency out and about to local law enforcement agencies. We'll go to the jail, we'll go to probation, and you'll see us in purple delivering cookies to those partners that help us. Also the fire department, I see the fire department back there. So you'll get your box of cookies too, because you're a huge effort with EMS and firefighters. So thank you.
Anyone else?
I got pointed out. So I'm Susan Cronus, the DA for Lake County. Domestic violence, it is, imagine the person you love hurting you every day, and you would be so confused and not know what to do. So many people go through it. It's a horrible thing, and the numbers keep growing, and that's a sad thing. So everybody needs to support the resources that give counseling and support to the victims of domestic violence as well as the perpetrators of domestic violence. They need counseling. Ultimately, if they don't respond to counseling, they need to be prosecuted and will be prosecuted by my office. It's a cycle, and it's a cycle of violence that needs to stop. Just think of the children in a household that sees this every day, and that's the only thing that they learn, that there's violence and they can't speak up, they can't protect their mother, they can't protect their father. Men can be victims, obviously, we know, of domestic violence as well. So this is a very important issue, and thank you, everybody, for your support, and just support the organizations that try to prevent this as well as educate the community about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Lake County and the board for this proclamation today. As we know, this month is National Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and it's not only to bring awareness of the domestic violence issues that are in our community and Lake County, but also to bring awareness and support the victims of these domestic violence crimes. And our message to the victims is that our office, the Lake County District Attorney's Office and Victim Witness Division, along with the Lake Family Resource Center, are here for you. Thank you.
I just want to thank all of you for this tremendous work. I know it's hard, I know it's difficult, but it's so needed and it's so important. So thank you for that investment of your time and energy.
You got it?
He's coming, he's coming.
We're ready. Okay, let me make sure I have all the faces in, and I do. Okay, here we go. Now let me get one more just. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
We're going to take a short break and come back at 10:15. Okay, so welcome back. There we go. Okay. Our 6.9, 9:15 a.m. item, consideration of presentation by Rural County Representatives of California, Senior Vice President Craig Ferguson. I'm going to pass this over to Supervisor Crandall.
Yes, so we have Senior Vice President Craig Ferguson here with us today. He's going to present the strategic plan. Also, Craig is one of the leads. You can come up here, Craig. Yeah. He usually, in our meetings, I'm always seeing the Golden State Finance Authority reports, but he covers the whole breadth of the organization. But yeah, I've been involved with RCRC for quite some time, and it's always a pleasure to. We're always waiting to hear what Craig has to say. So here he is. He come to Lake County and paying us a visit to give us some good news.
No, and appreciate that. I must admit, going off to what you guys just did this morning is going to be really anticlimactic. It's the 4-H, all the proclamations. So we do this, a few of us split it up, and we're trying to get to every county at least once a year, just to remind you guys, you're all members of RCRC, and RCRC is an advocate for Lake County as well as the other 39 member counties that have since joined RCRC. RCRC was formed in 1972 with very few counties and has since grown, and we're now having to hold off the bigger counties wanting to join us. We're kind of just saying, you have CSAC, go to CSAC, or stay with CSAC. But we've gained in popularity, and that's from the board to the staff, as well as the affiliated companies, and I'll run through a few of those. And again, it's not going into the details of the strategic plan, but just to let you know we have one, and remind you guys that we're here for you. And we're not rural counties without our counties. And so the first slide, you can just see the high level strategic kind of plan, which would include equitable access, and that includes stuff we're working on with some of our affiliate companies, broadband, housing, health services, and I'll touch a little on a couple of those. State and federal advocacy, innovative approaches, regulatory engagement. And I know our GA staff was in DC just last week, walking the halls and, focusing on rural California. And, you never really see pushback. I don't know if they're hiding the fact, but whenever you talk about rural California, even at DC, they're very supportive. But we do need to continue that voice because we don't have the population to get what we need, as you know. Forest resiliency and wildfire, we've recently jumped on, and I'll touch on that with the biomass company we're working with. Water resiliency, always an issue. Economic development, And then just the operational excellence of running a company, human resources, member services, all the way down to technology. I'll jump to the next one. And just to cover again on the state and federal advocacy side with RCRC, the state policy areas, you were talking forest health, wildfire, care court, which is always a bit of a tender subject with quite a few of our supervisors I've seen. Water drought, broadband housing, energy, social services, and even the CPUC. We're working a lot with the CPUC in several initiatives that we're working with. And then, of course, on the federal side, again, forest health, wildfire, water drought. And then you can just see the PG&E working group thing we're working on, and the property insurance ad hoc committee that we have. And you can jump to the next one. I'm going to try not to take too much time here. Supervisor Crandall was saying that sometimes he's here till 6, 7 at night. Sounds awful. One of the affiliates, Golden State Finance Authority, RCRC, started this up in '93. We're just celebrating our 30th anniversary. I'm not sure if some of you who were at the annual conference saw the video, the 30th anniversary. We've got several housing-related programs. We've got one specifically for firefighters, teachers, policemen. We've got health workers too. We cover the entire state, so RCRC is made up of 40 rural counties. Golden State Finance Authority has the same member counties, same board members, but we also have associate member counties that don't have a vote on the board, but we cover the entire state. We're 56 of the 58 counties and over 300 cities are part of the Golden State network. And as you can see, we've assisted over 85,000 families, over 15.7 billion in loan financing, provided over 665 million in down payment assistance. And that was the niche, was down payment assistance. You can qualify for a home, but you don't have that money to put down. And that's where Golden State Finance Authority has been providing most the worth for its existence until we started diversifying into energy and other aspects. And you can do the next one, thanks. We have another entity, National Home Buyers Fund. With this company, we actually go national, and we do the very similar things with down payment assistance. And that's been in existence since 2002. And as you can see, we've assisted over 47,000 families, 9.6 billion, and over 422 million in down payment assistance. And National Home Buyers Fund also covers California. So we've technically got 2 California entities, and then this one goes national. And jump to the next one if you want. And as you can see, recently we actually started a program we call the Assist Your Own program, and this is for member county employees. There's assistance up to 5.5%, either with a 0% second or with a gift tied to it to cover that down payment assistance. And this was developed in part, mostly actually, our current CEO was CAO of Yolo County, and he came with this thought of why don't we do something for county employees to try and retain our employees or bring employees over to the county. And so we put this together, and just a little over a year ago, and there's now 54 employees that have purchased through this program. And again, it's just it's better rates and down payment assistance that you're going to find out there. So it's specifically to the county employees, and we're really coming out of the funds are coming out of our own pocket. Yes, sorry, next. So this is a newer entity that we've started. It's also a joint powers authority, very similar to Golden State Finance Authority, same 40 board members. And this is to bring open access fiber broadband into rural California. And I think we all saw what happened during COVID, where rural California, which I learned is worse than most places in the country. And you think being close to the 4th largest economy in the world, you'd get the internet sorted out. But we're focusing on bringing open access, which means we're going to build, operate, own the fiber in the ground. And we're talking fiber, not cable. And we're going to when I say open access, it's open to the internet service providers, and that could be AT&T, it could be Monkey Brains, it could be Comcast, but we're the owners. You can provide the service, and what that does is provides competition for the consumers, and they can pick and choose who they want to use. I'm in Sacramento. I've got one choice, and it's Comcast. We have partnered with an entity out of Utah. Been working with them for about 3 years now, and they're also a government entity, and they do this in Utah. So they're going to do it for us. We're not experts at this, but they're going to do it for us, and they've already got 65,000 subscribers through their network in Utah, and it's the fastest internet you can get, and highly popular, and the CPUC has known about them, and they are putting funds aside. We're still in discussion with this, part of the grant funding that came from the feds. We've designed a loan loss reserve, and we're going to go out into the investment banking world. They're going to pay for the building. If there's a shortfall with revenues, that's where the loan loss reserve comes in, and we kind of just use that. If you've got 100% guarantee, the investors are out there. We're going to, it's going to be kind of a public-private partnership. The private builds with their money, and then we can back it should there be any shortfall. Utah hasn't had a shortfall in the 6 years. They've issued over $600 million in debt to build this fiber. You can jump to the next one, thanks. And this is just a little further on Golden State Connect. We're getting grant funding. In fact, Golden State Finance Authority is funding it up front, and then when the counties get the funds, the money's coming back to us, but it allows the counties to put their engineering plans together. And you can see out of all the blue ones, that's all the RCRC members participating. And then the other counties already have their own plans in place, but can definitely join in with our network. And then this is an old dormant company, but we've raised it from the dead, and it's going to be more of an educational, academic research, bring the politicians to rural California and show them what we've got going on. And so National Home Buyers Fund has put some money to this entity to get it going, and then PG&E also put some funds aside to help fund this and then get the initial academic educational tours sorted out. I think the first tour is slated for Mariposa County. Then we'll just take it from there. Next slide, please. And then this is the biomass entity. It's really a forest resiliency effort, and a few years ago we got into a 20-year master stewardship agreement with the U.S. Forest Service, which owns most of the forest in California. And the idea is to let us get in there, pull out all this dead wood, and we can do something with it. And the idea initially, and still is, Europe really likes pellets, and for some reason they like California wood, and Japan's big in it. Everyone's getting away from nuclear right now with the Russia-Ukraine thing going on. There's very little fuel getting passed through Europe, and so that's even been more helpful for the growth of this. Right now we're in an environmental review. We'll probably go through. Hopefully just first quarter of 2024. We're in talks with equity investors, with takeout providers, with investment banking firms. We've already signed NDAs with all of them. Seems to be a lot of excitement. We just got to get through the environmental mess, which is, thank goodness we have a general counsel who's really good at that, and Arthur Wiley is working his tail off with this. But another exciting aspect of, you have Golden State Finance Authority, and through the years, it's produced quite a decent amount of revenue for RCRC as well as for itself, and funding these entities, getting this entity started. Golden State put $10 million into this company to get it going, and also was funding the grants for the broadband company. So it's exciting work that we're doing, not just focusing on what the mothership was of housing. It's a lot of other helpful to California issues. Next one, please. And then this one's an old one. It's growing. I'm not sure if Lake County is part of the ES.
We are.
Yes.
Okay, good. And so this is more of the, public education, administering grants for recycling and hazardous waste. It's been around probably since '93 as well, and it just kind of focuses more on environmental issues and supporting the member counties with hazardous waste and managing programs and what have you. I think that's it. I see what yeah, look at that.
Craig, can you talk about the grants that were just applied for this week for broadband? Or last week?
And I'm not hands deep in it, but there was a lot of work going into what you call the FFA grants. And so this is federal funds that's going to come in through the CPUC. And CPUC, as I said, are actually very supportive of us. And so when we issue debt to build, there's going to be a shortfall because we've got to meet the debt service. That means you guys will have internet, but it's going to cost $10 million to build it, and your payments aren't going to help support that $10 million. You're going to, maybe cover $1 million. So we need to cover that shortfall in order to build, and that's what these grants are going to do. And they've spent hours and hours, and this is Barbara and Eric and at our office, because it is very detailed, per grant request. But in the end, we're going to be requesting over $800 million in grant funds. Are we going to get it? I don't know, but even if we got half of that, we could do some damage with tying that to the bond funding. Then we're working with the loan loss reserve, and we could, without question, RCRC as the could have the best built internet in California. Because traditionally the incumbents, the AT&Ts and Verizons, all that, they go get this money, they light up one house, and they said we're lit up, and CPUC's finally, come to clues about, yeah, guys, you haven't done anything for years. So they're more excited about what we're doing.
Well, that's the equity piece that's been missing with the big providers is they have told us over and over again, they're not going to invest here because it's never going to be profitable.
Right. But then they shouldn't go ask for state funds.
Exactly.
It's a whole,
Right. So I really appreciate RCRC's advocacy in this, making sure that we get access to all the coverage that we're entitled to.
And it's fun work. It's exciting, and the board is so supportive of it. Let's see it come to fruition.
The policy advocates and the staff are always hand in hand with our admin as well, and they'll be quick to remind us if something's coming across the pike. Like, for example, the Golden State Connect Authority. As you see, we were on the map for the technical assistance and our plan being in place. And a lot of times, we always talk about grant fatigue and things like that. Well, with RCRC, we were able to collaborate with others and apply for these funding sources and also have the assistance from their staff. So,
Supervisor Spatier?
Thank you very much for the presentation. And RCRC, I appreciate the focus. The conversation, in my opinion, seems so much more relevant when you go to those meetings because of what we experience here in Lake County. So I appreciate that you are here to advocate for rural needs. I just wanted to mention a couple of things. You mentioned the ESJ with recycling. I know that we're doing things here internally for the redemption of recycling. I just want to stress how much of a mess it is in the state of California, to the point that now our state governor is borrowing money from that budget because nobody's doing redemption. It just seems kind of ridiculous. So I hope that we can continue the advocacy to resolve some of those issues, but there's just no money left in it, so nobody's wanting to be involved. Again, we do have a local fix that we're working on, but it shouldn't have to come to that with threats of fines that are coming to our agency. So hopefully those conversations continue. I know that Michael Day and RCRC were working on something a while ago, and I hope it comes back, and that was the SGIP, where you were, as RCRC, going to collect some of the SGIP from the state of California to help pay for low-income ability to get battery backup and things like that, especially for PSPS. I hope that's something that we're continuing to advocate, to have that program come back so that RCRC can actually do what they were planning to do before it disappeared to seasonal homes in Marin County, which was not the intent of what SGIP was for.
So it still exists, and that funding started with when we did a program with the California Energy Commission back in 2010, and we actually put a whole home retrofit program together with 0% 0% loans. And if it was member counties, and then 3% loans, it was non-member counties. It was about $33 million that came via the feds to the CEC. We'd never been in energy before, but we decided why not? And that's when we started working with Michael Day. And we got the $33 million, and it was such a popular product that it disappeared. And then since then, we got into the PACE world, and we've done over $1 billion in whole home retrofits with the PACE program, both commercial and residential. But then we went back to the SEC because the payments on the loans coming back in, the principal, and if it had interest coming back, comes back to an account we sit on, but we don't own the money. So we saw the SGIP program via the CPUC. We went to the CC and say, you guys don't even know how to take your own money back. Can we just use it for this? It'll make you look good. It makes us look good. It makes CPUC look good. But they only allowed us $3 million out of the 6 that we're sitting on for some, I don't know, bylaw statute they got internally. So that money's being revolved. So, and it revolves pretty quickly. We'll do the upfront to the contractor on the borough's behalf, averages $25,000. We get the rebate back. That goes back in the pot and it keeps going. So it's definitely going.
So it is still there. Okay. So my last conversation with Michael Day was that there was no more money available.
No,
So
it's just recycling. I wish we could grow it. We're talking to the CEC to increase it to 5. Our board, in fact, approved up to $3 million of our own money to throw in there. I'm just holding back on that right now because we've got too many other commitments, and if we're going to get the CEC to throw state money in there because it's not ours and we can make this program work. And it's done pretty well. The $3 million it's revolved into a lot of millions.
if you can set us some information on how to access that program, that would be great.
With that question, yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. And then you had the national home buyers for employees. Is that only accessible through employees, or is that accessible to the counties as well?
So the Assist to Own program for county employees, is that what you're talking about? And it's the Golden State Finance Authority program. National Home Buyers Fund kind of does the admin. It's really, we're all the same team, but it's a way to, National Home Buyers Fund is not a public entity like Golden State Finance Authority, so it's easy enough to move money from NHF to RCRC, because technically RCRC owns all the resources of NHF. So that's why their name is on it, but really it's Golden State Finance Authority program. But your question, is it only available to?
The employees, or does it go? Can the employer access those funds as well? Just because some of our problem is bringing people here, there's no housing to rent or buy. If we can maybe work with RCRC to help create a stock that can be a revolving door for new incoming employees, because we've had employees stay in hotels for months sometimes, or stay out of county because they couldn't find anything. Just curious if there's any access to the counties.
Talking about providing more homes, that's a tough one because that's been going on in rural California in general. And we're hoping to see just more development. It just comes back to the who's going to invest when, kind of like the AT&Ts. They don't want to come out because there's no revenues to be made. But, rural California is definitely increasing in population. I mean, you saw what happened in COVID. Everyone left the suburbs and, then you definitely ran out of housing. But if I am understanding, it's open to, an employer would be a county employee too, right?
We've had actually, like last year, we had a meeting online and invited the employees to be a part of that meeting and see if they would want to take advantage of the employee home buyers program. But I think you're asking, what are you asking? 'Cause I'm confused.
If the agency of Lake County can access some of those funds
County
to
as a
help
government
create,
access. Okay, all right.
And we can tweak it. We own the program, and it could be something to, because the problem with what you said earlier, you try and find a home in Alpine County or Mono County or anything, there's nothing. It's tough, but we want to see it work.
And the last thing is for my colleagues, and I'm glad that we have a fire chief here. I know in all the meetings I go to, I hear about the rural reimbursement for EMS services, in the amount of time it takes to bring a patient over the hills and back. The reimbursement doesn't pay back, and there's I don't know if that's the technical term, but it's a super rural reimbursement that they're looking for. We're not rural enough, but yet we're losing money on providing those services. If there's a way to advocate for some of those changes so that we can make sure that with the work that we do to ensure the health and safety of patients coming from our hospitals, that we can get that better reimbursement rate, that would help us out a whole lot. And I don't know if the chief wants to speak to that, because I'm sure he knows a whole lot more about it than I do, but I know it's something that I'm looking to advocate for on the national level as well.
And so understand, it's the between, it's costing the county, and the time to get the money rebated is the gap?
The amount that we get reimbursed for compared to the actual cost, there's different level tiers of reimbursement, and one of them is super rural, then probably suburban and urban, and where the amount that we receive for rural doesn't cover it, but if we can somehow get ourselves into the super rural tier, that would be very advantageous to make sure that our EMS and fire districts can continue to provide the services that they do. So just something that I'm advocating for, wanted to speak up to it.
I think it'd be great to bring up at the RCRC next board meeting, just as you know, for county concerns. That'd be something more fun than most of the ones I hear.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Simon?
Yeah, thank you for the report today, obviously, and thank you, EJ, and always attending the meetings and bringing the message from Lake County. But one on your electrification opportunities right now for charging stations, fueling stations. We're in the rural county, obviously, before, but we're going to have a lot more electric cars here before we have broadband here, and that's the reality of it. And looking to make sure that we're really concentrating on the rural counties, getting those opportunities as we're moving forward, especially here in Lake County, being we're right between 101 and 5. It's a cut across a lot of ways, but not many charging stations or large electric charging stations, those types of things for our rural community members, the individuals that live here that are on low income, but also just for the infrastructure needs as we're moving forward. Like I said, we got a lot more electric vehicles or hybrid vehicles coming into the county, and making sure that Lake County or rural counties, specifically to Lake County, don't miss out on those opportunities as they're coming through. I know our public services are concentrating on those things, but carrying those messages back through RCRC, that we really get the opportunity in rural counties in California to take advantage of it, because I think that's where it's going to be the most impactful, because everybody's going to the hybrid vehicles, that we have those opportunities. And not only just to have the opportunity, but also for economic development opportunities as we're moving forward. A lot of rural communities are looking, not to build any more fossil fuel stations, starting to happen. And so that next economic development opportunity for someone who has a fueling station to get an electrical charging station set up in the new era of hybrid vehicles. So anyway, I just want to make sure always talking about that as we're moving through into the new future by 2035.
It's a big issue, and what Tesla just threw out 350,000 new cars just this quarter. But at least they're doing a huge effort on building their own. But yeah, we have a team, part of our economic development team, where that is a big focus. And we are talking to entities that see it as a big focus. And again, it comes, how do you fund it? And as you just need to find a funding source. And those electric car manufacturers need to know this, because if they want to get their cars out here, they need to start putting some cash down. And whether it's at, apartments don't really work too well for that, but gas stations for that matter, because you don't want to sit there for 45 minutes at a gas station. But the Walmarts and the shopping areas and places where you can actually charge your car and go do stuff for an hour, that works, and that's what we're focusing on. But yeah, I agree with you, and it is part of our services focus right now too.
Supervisor Green?
Yeah, I apologize if I'm off topic, but I'm still playing catch up to the whole Potter Valley thing. So the slide that caught my eye was the PG&E working group, and I don't know if it's a question or you or my colleagues, but other counties and other parts of the project area are already working directly with PG&E, at least in terms of some property negotiations. I'm wondering if we either already have direct contact with PG&E on the Potter Valley issue through other venues like the Russian River Water Forum, or if there's an opportunity, or if work is already being done with this PG&E working group to really put Lake County and PG&E in the same room together, maybe with some other stakeholders. But I don't want to be disrespectful to the Russian River process, whatever that's turning into, but I saw a target of opportunity, possible opportunity here with the PG&E working group if we're not already engaged directly with that utility.
I can answer that, so when you're ready.
Thank you.
This PG&E working group that we have over at RCRC is just for wildfire, and we only talk about that in that forum. So the other things that you're mentioning aren't brought up there because there's also, when we go to RCRC in general, you have Humboldt County, Mendocino County, Sonoma County, so it wouldn't make sense for Lake County to try and have RCRC advocate for our needs in the midst of a group with have different opposing needs, if that makes sense. But we all can get on the same page with wildfire, so we only talk about those things there.
Well,
PSPS,
just the suggestion, the history of PG&E and hydro spans the entire state. We haven't necessarily connected the dots, but it's possible there's other decommissioning proposals in other counties that they may be struggling with themselves. So I get that the initial thrust of the working group may well indeed be wildfire, but Potter Valley is probably not the only project that's getting this kind of scrutiny, and it might just be worth asking around.
So I remember when Pat came in 2021 and I asked him what RCRC was doing about tree mortality, and he just looked at me and said, "Tree mortality's back." And since then, RCRC staff has been incredibly supportive as we've been working through a very, very long process to try and get support for our project. So I really want to give big kudos to Stacy and Pat for helping with that. And also the PG&E work group, it's monthly. Supervisor Crandall and I kind of meet whenever we can, and last month we were there together. Really frustrating at this point that we're having the same conversations that we've been having for the last several years. But it is a way for us to sit down directly with PG&E's leadership and talk about, the issues that we continue to have, particularly around vegetation management and wood haul. So I want to put both of those out there. Really thankful for that support. And then also, however we can support the CPUC workshops and getting the coverage that we need to have across our county, rural counties just like us that don't have cellular service, broadband, and we obviously don't want to see the decommissioning of our plain old telephone lines either. So thank you for that. I want to open it up for public comment if there's anyone in the room. And again, this is around on the RCRC strategic plan.
Elaine Brown, educator. I'd just like to speak to broadband and what is my motivation? People probably wonder, I don't like getting up and speaking, obviously, but no one is on this subject. And I go to a Bible verse that says, speak up for those who can't speak up for themselves. And the bees may be affected by broadband. I'd like to see
So this
research done
is
in that.
about the strategic plan,
Thank you for
and
letting me
it's
talk.
not about broadband. It's
That's
about
part of the strategic band is getting more broadband, which we need to research to see if that's affecting the bees. I know 40 billion with a B birds are going missing in North America, and that maybe needs to be researched if that broadband, the networks, if it's affecting birds. Pellet stoves, check Mendocino County, they're burning wood at a fast rate, causing pollution in this county. Also, I haven't seen a lot of fruit flies. I know I'm old and used to see fruit flies all the time. I never see fruit flies anymore again. Could be broadband. I know bees are affected by our frequencies. Homes. I've been told by a respected politician in this area that there's many homes that are in this area, hundreds, that have tax issues on them, and we just need to get that going.
Okay,
so that
not on
people
topic,
have-
not
That's
on
about
topic.
the homes that you're talking about.
No,
You mentioned
no,
about, are there homes
no,
for people that
no.
work for the county?
That's
I
a
would like
home
that to be-
financing
I would
program.
still
I
like
need you
that
to,
to be-
I need you to stay on topic and be
Stop,
respectful
please.
of our
I would still
agenda.
like to be that to be on record. Thank you.
Okay.
And electricity, we want to go all electric, but we hear of EMPs. If that goes on, then we're stuck without being able to move. Gas is freedom. Cash is freedom. I'd like to see gas as still an option in this state, because if, as we've heard, we are attacked in that manner, we are at a standstill with Tesla cars. Thank you.
Again, you're getting off topic. Okay, thank you.
I know pellets were brought up. The whole reason why Japan and Europe want the pellets are due to the fact that they're more environmentally friendly than coal. And so I know it was stated that pellets cause pollution, but that's what's been presented in these presentations that we've had. I don't know if you can confirm that with me, Craig, but
No, and Europe has always been a very large coal user. In fact, Poland right now is very, very interested in pellets, and they want to move completely away from coal because you're right, it is a dirtier burning entity. But yeah. The whole idea, again, is forest resiliency. It's not really about us becoming a producer. It's more about getting the dead wood out. And it's really more of a fire retardant type thing, because that's the fuel that burns the forest down. It just lies there, and no one lets us go in there because, just environmental reasons.
Yeah, biomass continues to be a huge threat for all of our rural counties. We're trying to figure out how we do all of our fuel maintenance, and then what do we do with what's left over. Mentioning tree mortality, we have 20,000 trees identified in our project. What are we going to do with those $20,000 trees? So appreciate that RCRC is working on a pilot program like this. We're going to be looking at some for our county. So it's just, we all have to be thinking, what can we do with this resource that we have that seems unlimited, that's never really going to go away, and how can we use it to be more sustainable as we go forward? Any other public input? Anyone in the chambers or anyone in the Zoom room? Okay, thanks. Do we have any last comments or questions or anything for Craig? Well, thank you so much for joining us today.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Really appreciate our annual updates from RCRC, and it was a great annual meeting this year.
It was good.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, 6.10. Our 10 a.m. item, consideration of presentation of the Lake County Community Wildfire Protection Plan, and B, consideration of approval of the Lake County Community Wildfire Protection Plan and authorize the chair to sign. This item is from our admin office, and we have our Climate Resiliency Officer, Terry Logson, to present.
Thank you. I'm very excited to finally bring this to your board. I'm going to get some assistance with sharing the presentation. Thank you so much. Of course. Super.
Chiefs, would you like to also come up and join it? This is a joint project. Do you want to come sit up here or? Okay.
They gave a look of no.
It's my fault I mentioned.
they're on it too, right?
Yes, this is.
Super.
Come and have a seat up here, Chief.
So as your board knows, thank you, Chief Ciancio, the Lake County Resource Conservation District for a number of years had the responsibility of housing and creating the Community Wildfire Protection Plan, otherwise known as the CWPP. And so let me go to... there we go. So this this update, the one that we had was from 2009. It took a couple of years to complete the update. The revisions on the 2009 CWPP began in 2021 and continued into 2022. It was, like I mentioned, it was created initially by the Lake County Resource Conservation District. During the public comment period, the process was handed to the County of Lake in coordination with the RCD, and the county and the RCD held 2 workshops, one that was via Zoom for the general public, and the other which was for tribal nations and governments to gather more input. Like the RCD, the staffing capacity and resources of the county were limited to complete the task of incorporating public comments, of which there were hundreds. After the hiring of myself, the Chief Climate Resiliency Officer, I convened a clerk, the Clear Lake Environmental Research Center, the American Red Cross Community Adaptation Program, North Coast Opportunities through their EPIC Emergency Preparedness and Communities Program, and the new contractors for the RCD to go through all the public comments, put them in a semblance of order, and then incorporate them and give, once we went through that process, which took a meeting weekly for a couple of months, I sent the plan back around to all the fire protection districts for their comments. And so it was collaboratively developed with the public. It identifies and prioritizes areas for hazard fuel reduction and recommends measures to reduce the ignitability of structures throughout the area addressed in the plan. And so the plan's purpose, of course, is number one, to update and streamline the 2009 CWPP, which was, I can't remember offhand, it's been a while since I looked at it, but it was over 300 pages, so it's down to less than 100 pages. And it's meant to be a living document and was designed so that the appendices can be updated without the need to update the entire plan and bring it back before your board to get approval. Local nonprofits, the Lake County Community Risk Reduction Authority, JPA, which includes all of the fire protection districts, tribal nations, cities, and public water purveyors, and the RCD are all including CWPP mitigation actions into grant funding opportunities, such as the Community Wildfire Defense Grant, of which clerk, I'm going to point to Will over there, secured $9.8 million last year to begin action on several of the mitigation actions that are in Appendix A. And so we need to get this approved before that grant is due again at the end of this month. As those actions are completed in the appendices, they'll be updated and newly identified projects are identified, will be added under the direction of the County of Lake and the RRA. And so we're all very familiar with our fire map, and that's just to 2020. The communities, so the planning area boundaries, the projects in Appendix A correspond to planning area boundaries, which correspond to the fire protection districts. We had some questions, and I wondered as well as why didn't they align with our area plans, but that's the reason, because the fire protection district boundaries don't match up to our area plan boundaries necessarily. They're close. Each community was given a threat level code to help prioritize projects. As your board is aware, we are awaiting the finalization of CAL FIRE's fire hazard severity zone maps. My understanding is that it will be completed when CAL FIRE addresses each of the LRAs, or local responsibility areas in the state, and the LRAs correspond to fire protection, local fire protection districts. It's what we're responsible for locally. The critical facilities and assets at risk list come directly from the 2018 Natural Hazard Mitigation Plan, as OES is still awaiting final approval on the updated plan, which should be approved in a matter of moments per Leah in the OES. And again, these are the fire protection districts and who give comment as part of the CWPP. In addition to the fire protection districts, of course, it includes CAL FIRE, LNU, and the U.S. Forest Service. And so the county OES is the lead agency for local emergency management efforts in the county. They coordinates mitigation planning, preparedness, and response to large-scale incidents. And then we list in their emergency notifications. The official ones are Lake Co Alerts or NIXL, which you can sign up for through the sheriff's website. Genesis Protect, formerly known as Zone Haven. Make sure you know your zone. We still use that. And then there's an app which is not official information but can be helpful, Watch Duty. So that information is in the plan. We have community fire safe organizations. There are currently 3 fire safe councils and 19 Firewise communities in Lake County. CERT, the Community Emergency Response Team, which educates and trains volunteers about disaster preparedness for hazards, is organized by NCO and trains volunteers in basic disaster response skills, such as fire safety, light search and rescue, team organization, and disaster medical operations. CERT offers a consistent nationwide approach to volunteer training and organization that professional responders can rely on during disaster situations, allowing them to focus on more complex tasks. The Lake County COAD, which is Community Organizations Active in Disaster, has recently been reformed and supported by the Red Cross through their community adaptation program, which operates in both Lake and Butte counties. So there's mitigation resources, there's information in the plan with the building codes that the county has adopted, the updated state building codes, burn permits, they're available online via South Lake Fire Protection District. And I think that is going to be expanded, if I remember that. Yeah. Okay. Which is very exciting. The county has adopted a hazardous vegetation and or combustible materials ordinance, which it's been in place a few years. We need to take a look at that and see if there's any updates that need to be made. And then outlines responsibilities of all citizens and property owners in Lake County, because everyone has to do their part to protect themselves and their neighbors. And then the appendices. This is a list of the 5 that are included. I'll just go on to the next one. The first one is Appendix A, which is fuel reduction and prevention priorities. This contains currently 145 projects with recommended treatments. Each one has a project area and description, what type of treatment, priority level. Some are 1, 2, and 3. Some are just 2, some are 3. And then if there's any notes. And then which communities. And you notice like the first 4 say all, so that means all of Lake County. And the reason it's left very vague is because we can't do everything all at once. And so when our partners are looking for funding, they're going to scope out an area, say it's in the CWPP, and that's what we're going to do. And they look for funding that way. And then Appendix B is the action plan. The bullets, I won't read them all, but these are the actions that are listed under 7 main categories. Additionally, the suggested action items were derived from the 2009 CWPP, of numerous community meetings that were held in 21 and 22, and input from local, state, and federal fire agencies. The partners that develop the action items include, but are not limited to, of course, the County of Lake, Lake County OES, the Risk Reduction Authority, all the fire protection districts, the Lake County Resource Conservation District, the Tribal Eco Restoration Alliance, the Clear Lake Environmental Resource Center, Lake County Fire Safe Council, Firewise Communities, the BLM, Bureau of Land Management, CAL FIRE, Lake County Air Quality Management District, the Mendocino National Forest, both of our incorporated cities, our tribal nations, and of course the public. And Appendix C has additional resources. Some of the resources are in the plan and are in the appendix. We wanted to put it, like for instance, when this was, I got the final draft, it still had, Zone Haven. So we need to be able to update the appendices without having, just to change names and links. And so The Appendix C has all of these links for the public that's available in the plan. And then Appendix D, I just want to give a shout out to all of our Firewise communities that are in Lake County. And if anyone is interested in forming a Firewise community in your neighborhood, it only takes 8 homes. So your neighborhood doesn't even have to be very big. You can go to NFPA, which stands for the National Fire Protection Association, nfpa.org, and they've got more information on creating a Firewise community in your neighborhood. And last but not least is the Appendix E, the project tracker. So currently Clerk secured funding and maintains an online ArcGIS map of CWPP projects in each fire protection district and the progress on those projects. So you can visit clerc.co for more information. And that is my presentation on the CWPP.
Is there anything you'd like to add, Chief?
Maybe on behalf of all the fire districts, I'm here today with Paul Duncan and Brian York. It's been a long time coming, and we are happy to see it get across the finish line for certain. A lot of those projects, as you probably will hear shortly from Will or someone else, are in the process, and it finally seems like we're getting somewhere. And it was a long journey. This was something that was put in my plate in 2018 when I became chief, and I know it was long before that. And so I'm happy to see it get across the finish line, and we can update that plan and move forward. There's a lot of work to be done.
Great, thank you. Vice Chair Simon?
Yeah, I agree. Being here today is a good day on this conversation. When I first came on board, when the RRA was created by the board, CWPP, what was a CWPP? All right, so we were looking at projects and other things, Community Wildfire Protection Plan that was created back in 2009, which needed to be updated every 5 years, was sitting on a shelf in the county and, not being updated as it needed to be. So I'm glad we now have it on the admin's calendar, that it'll be working through the process to make sure it's updated as needed. It won't be a document that we create and go back on the shelf. This is a working document that will help everybody in the county just move forward, including the fire districts, all the names that you read as we're moving forward. This is the roadmap and the plan to help us continue to build resiliency here in the county and protection of all of our communities, and hopefully for the long-term plan, tie into many of the conversations we're having about insurance, other things here in the county to help us move forward. The home hardening programs, everything that are coming, it's taken a while, but being here today is just an important day. I want to thank the faces in the crowd setting out here, Magdalena, Will, Thomas, all the fire departments, everybody who's been coming to these meetings and understanding the importance of it. So happy that it's here today. And Chair Pyska being one of the biggest ones driving this. And thank you when you joined the RRA, gave it new life to continue moving forward. So a lot of hard work. But it's going to benefit everybody. I think the unique thing with this document, which I know most likely didn't happen in the last iteration, every government, every community at least had an opportunity to get in and make comments on projects they'd like to see, even the tribes on the update that they need to do on their infrastructure, because fire knows no boundaries. Each one of our communities need to be safe. The fire lines we have cut, we got in here too, all the new ones that we've had since the fires have gone, and we'll continue to work on those. So good job, everyone. We do need to vote and pass it, so that hasn't happened yet, but hopefully that will happen today, and then we will have the plan, the Community Wildfire Protection Plan for Lake County. And I know some of the grants recently are referring to this. This would just establish as the adopted plan for Lake County. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for the hard work. And Matthew also, because I know he's pushed really hard with the public comments to get us to this point.
Yeah, and I couldn't agree more with everything you just said. This is the tool that we need to have adopted to apply for so many grants. We've kind of been able to get by this year because it's been in process. But we really have to have this adopted to continue to get the big grants. even the bigger grants that are coming up again this month, and just this ongoing cycle. So this is the most important tool that we have, and I'm super happy to have this on the agenda today and to get this wrapped up. Supervisor Green.
Yeah, thank you. I also appreciate all the hard work going into this, and I'm very eager to get this passed today, if only because I see on Road 38 and the enhancing fire protection a distinct call out. We have to work to improve hydrant systems throughout the county. And in my district, that very specifically means fire hydrants on South Main Street that we've needed for decades. I assume the 2008 version of this plan probably called out that very same thing. I understand it's difficult. I understand the city's annexation bid didn't work out, but it's still basically the county's duty to continue to work on this, and I pledge to continue to do that. The thing in here I don't see, and it will be a living document, and I hope in future iterations we can talk about fireworks and fireworks safety. We do have a disconnect between the city of Lakeport and our county. As the city has learned, every 4th of July, there ain't enough staff in the whole county to keep things down to a dull roar when the fireworks start running. And whether they're safe and sane or illegal, and it's a mix of both, totally overwhelmed by that. So I see in this plan, we call out, we have to do fire safe councils, and we have to put code enforcement out there during events of high fire risk. Guess what? The county doesn't have enough resources. We could shepherd every fire official in the county, and we still wouldn't have enough to even begin approaching the issue of illegal fireworks. And by the way, safe and sane fireworks in the unincorporated county are illegal fireworks. So I know it's kind of a tangential issue, but I see a lot in here about fuel reduction. What I'd like to see is some level of fireworks awareness. Perhaps fire safe councils can teach fireworks safety, such as don't do it in the county. If you're going to do it, go down and blow up Lakeport. But anyway, I think it's a teachable moment, and the fireworks word is not mentioned in this plan, and I think it should be in future iterations.
Thank you.
Supervisor Sabatier.
Thank you for bringing this to us today. I know it's been a lot of work and a long time coming, so happy to see it in front of us. There are a couple of things in here that I just want to bring up. I don't know what can be changed based on what's here, but I do know that there's certain things that aren't listed on there. Granted, it says all, so we could have stopped at all, but yet we got very specific on a lot of projects. But I also know some projects that happen all the time that I want to make sure are written in there for future purpose of grant funding in case that's needed. And that's the interface between, I used to live right there, between Anderson's Marsh State Park and the Meadowbrook area, Highlands Harbor area. Usually there's a strip of the park 200 feet that gets shredded down to ensure that there's a break. Just something that I think is an important interface measure to take and to have available for grant funding. And also, the COI and EMEA always work together to do some control burns in Anderson Marsh State Park, and that's not written in there either. And just in case that this helps them obtain funds, I just want to make sure that that's in there. I also drop my kids off all the time at Lower Lake High School. That whole school system is surrounded by very vacant fields with a lot of brush and a lot of trees. We've seen fires there. The last cache fire had a little spot fire that happened right across the street where they were picking up. It would be nice to identify school systems that are in vulnerable areas as well. I do notice that it speaks of specific highways, but it doesn't speak of all highways. It would be nice if it just basically said all highways need to be have vegetation abatement, so that if there's an issue with cars, spark, or cigarette, whatever the case might be, that at least we have the opportunity to, again, get those grants. So that's just things that I would like to see added. Here's one of my concerns on this whole thing. And you spoke to this in the presentation, Ms. Lawson, and I can't seem to find it right now. Let me go down to the appendices because it's right there. and I'll just paraphrase, it speaks that it can be revised by the County of Lake and the RRA, but yet there's city projects within there. How can the cities make a request to revise, but have to ask permission to revise for projects that they may need to do that are maybe being held back from getting grant funding? And I also don't see a signature for the cities within this document. So I'm kind of curious as to, are we following a state template for the CWPP? Has there ever been a thought of having other jurisdictions signing off on this so that they have some skin in the game as far as saying, yes, we've approved this? But there's a lot within Lakeport, there's a lot within the city of Clear Lake, no signatures from either cities, and no ability for them to revise their projects within their own jurisdictions on this document without asking permission if they can go ahead and get those revisions done.
That's a great question. Both cities are members of the Risk Reduction Authority, so they would be able to make any changes through.
But so is the county, but it separates the county as the county and the RRA. And the RRA was not in the previous 2009.
Right.
In 2029 or 39, not sure if that will still be the case or if it will continue. I hope it continues. But just want to, I want to give them a little bit more control of their destiny of how they can handle their fire suppression and fire mitigation, and have at least some capabilities to make a request for a revision. Again, this whole purpose is to provide access to grant funding. There's a lot of work that's needed within cities and without the cities, and just curious how that can be done so that it's not a request for permission, it's they get to actually request for a revision. They get to actually provide a revision.
Do you want to, who wants to respond to that?
You can go and make comments.
I was going to ask the fire chief sitting here, because I know that, they're the signatories.
So, as Terry said, the cities are part of the RRA, and I think a discussion could be done there. But over that, there are a lot of projects still out there that are not identified here. Most of these projects that were identified here are old. Some of them are not needed because the fires came through. Some of them need maintenance because they were done a long time ago, and we need to go back and revisit those projects. So there's a lot of projects that aren't really identified that I think that we can add to the plan at any time. Part of my task is I'm working with the fire districts right now to figure out what projects, are their top priorities. As you know, we only have basically 2 fire chiefs that have been here a long, long time. Chief Cepeda and Chief Huggins, both from Kelseyville and Lake County, have been here a long time. I know Paul, Chief Duncan in the back, has been in the South Lake quite a while, but Chief Wrights and myself are fairly new. I've been here a decade, but I'm fairly new. But a lot of these projects were even acknowledged before that time. So we're talking about what projects are priority, and so far my conversations with other fire chiefs is that we talk about more projects that are not on the list than projects that are. And so how we go forward with the CWPP, that's kind of why the all was in there, is to cover that kind of spectrum of new projects that may pop up. Is the best answer I can give you. But I don't see the cities having to ask permission. So
it just states on there very literally, the County of Lake is revised by direction of the County of Lake or the RRA. Then that's why I was bringing it up.
Right, but the fire chiefs are the signatories, so they, the fire districts, which the cities fall in the fire districts, are partners in this document.
Yeah.
So that's why they sign as well. So that's how the project, so how we're setting this up to keep this as a living document, and I'm sorry, Vice Chair,
No, go ahead.
if you wanted to speak to this. In the past, it was the responsibility of the Lake County Fire Safe Council, which was funded through the RCD. So that is how the project, or how the project was being updated. with the fire districts. So getting feedback from the fire districts. Then ultimately, the county has to do the final approval. So how we're keeping this relevant is we've got a committee set up with the Risk Reduction Authority, which is going to be facilitated by clerk, where there's going to be monthly meetings that go all around the county to have all the stakeholders come together, talk about projects, what needs to be added, what's been done, is there a box we can check, what grants need to be written, so that all of this information stays relevant, stays embedded in the community, so that we're getting community feedback, right, with the Fire Safe Council, with clerk, and with the RRA, and the fire districts. So that's how we're keeping it relevant, so that we do not have to go through this massive update again. We can do modifications. The appendix don't need approval to be updated, so that doesn't have to come to the board. But when we want to do a major update again, or something that's not in the appendix, it will go through that committee, Fire Resilience Committee. Is that what we're calling it?
Yeah.
Fire Resilience Committee will bring the recommendations to the Risk Reduction Authority, which includes cities and fire districts and the county and tribal members for 4 of the 7 nations and water purveyors. Once everyone agrees on those updates and how we're going to move forward, then it will come back to this board for approval.
Okay, well, I'd still like to make sure that the conversation occurs at the RRA to what is the process to request for an update, just to make sure that that's aware, because in my conversations that I've had over the course of the past weekend, there's some uncertainty on how that goes about. And so making sure that it's available through the RRA to place it on the agenda for request, I would suspect it's as simple as that, but just to make sure that that's known. And then just 2 last questions. There will be more specific CWPPs, is what I'm understanding, for each jurisdiction?
So what you're talking about is local CWPPs for a community.
Yeah.
All of our communities are different, even within Lake County. And so they may have more specific needs than, I may have a more specific need in the town of Upper Lake than South Lake does in the community of Middletown. So there's a thought process that, yes, more specific community can identify, and the fire districts can identify kind of more localized projects within those communities. And you're probably talking about Chief Cepeda's. He kind of wrote one that's localized for the fire district down there. And it's just in review at the moment. It hasn't been approved by anything, but it may be adopted by his fire district, and then they can go forward. It still falls within the county CWPP, so still falls within those missions, and it's just more local.
Okay, no, I appreciate that, and I cut you off from saying.
Yeah, I would just say that I want a clarification. Are you talking about requests to update the entire CWPP or the project list?
I would suspect it would be a localized update rather than an entire overall update.
Which is in the appendix, which doesn't need to be approved by this board. So those projects could be approved in a moment's notice, almost, really.
Okay. And then I know that there is a different structure that is here compared to 2009, but in 2009, this document was created and then was not updated until today. I don't see anything in there that forces a update within the next 5 years. I've heard 5 years. Is that a state mandate? There seems to be a better structure to make sure we update it. There seems to be an option for revision. But what if things don't work out the way we want it and it ends up back on the shelf? What can we put in there to ensure that 5 years from now there is a revision that is made? I don't want to hope. I want to make sure.
Well, one thing is a lot of funding is contingent on CWPPs either being approved within 5 years or 10 years. And so that is a driver behind it. And clerk which Will is here, and I'm assuming he will come up and comment and talk about the funding that they have to update the projects and track them. And I guess it's tomorrow. It's actually going to be Thursday. The California Wildfire Forest Resilience Task Force is going to finally release the regional toolkit that will include Lake County. So that'll be released on Thursday. And Clerk Artie has been doing project tracking. So as, you know, the conversations, we'll see that we need to have it updated every, you know, no more than 10 years, but certainly every 5 years, because so much will change. How that happens, I guess it's just a reminder on the calendar.
Well, we have a plan.
Yeah.
We've been waiting for this to get adopted, and then we can start this implementation. I do want to make another comment on the localized CWPP. So it sounds like City of Clear, or the Fire District is working on one. I know the Cauberry Council is working on one. And that is something up to the community or the Fire District to pull those projects together. There's funding available out there to do that, to have a supplemental localized plan for your area. It's totally, you know, we'd love to see that. We'd love to see more of that. We'd love to see all the engagement. So the updates, that's the driver. If we don't have it updated, then we miss out on funding. And so that's what keeps the wheels turning.
Right.
And we've got to, you know, and we've learned that lesson the hard way. And it was painful for all of us in this room. We're never going to go through that again. So I know it won't always be us here, but enough of us are putting these measures into place to keep it moving forward.
Yeah, and for me, I want to see the CWPP live as its own website, you know, so that it is much easier to update, and that will take additional funding. It doesn't, I mean, it can be under the county, you know, website structure, but to have it online is just so much easier for the majority of the population. You'll still have it printed with, you know, and can send it as a PDF with links, but it's nice to have it all in one place.
Okay, Vice Chair Simon?
Yeah, obviously, I think you touched on a lot, but when we went through the CMAP process, obviously looking at expanding the members and other things for adding the cities was key to your question, Bruno. So it's not the county just moving forward with the fire districts on this. It's getting all government agencies at the table every month so we can talk through these processes. I think it's been talked through that this isn't something someone's asking for permission for so much from the county. The city is just, hey, these are priorities that weren't in there. We want it updated. We'd like to add these, and we can go through that process. So I think we're moving in the right direction, you know, but we need to continue along with the RRA. As we move forward with grant opportunities, such as the one we got for our resiliency officer, when we're writing those grants as we move forward, some of them need to be participating in saying, hey, updating the CWPP. Those are mandates through the grant. So I think that's also going to help us as we move forward, not just having it on the calendar in the admin office to make sure it's updated, but these are going to be mandates of some of the grants that we get going forward to make sure that these updates are happening. They're so important. I think you're going to hear from folks here in the audience how important this document is and understanding, you know, it's the roadmap moving forward. So I hope we can, you know, it answers those questions, both Russ Kramer and, we got two appointees, right, for Lakeport, Kevin and Kim Costa, who comes to the meeting. So having those communications to move forward, I think, is very important. So hopefully, with the answers you've gotten today, we can move forward with the approval. And if there are any issues, we'll make sure to bring those back. We will be doing an RRA update here pretty soon. So hopefully all the members will be in attendance with that, at least when we do the update, to continue that moving forward. But I think adding the cities to the RRA was a big step to help move forward with any of those types of projects and conversations.
Okay, Supervisor Sabatier.
And just that last comment, absolutely, fire does not stop at a jurisdictional line, so we all have to work together for this to better keep our community safe. Had it not been for the conversation I had with Chief Cepeda, I wouldn't have known about the localized CWPP. I don't see it mentioned in here. For those that want to be informed, is there a way to, in the future updates, add a part of how to how to implement or create your own localized CWPP, because it sounds like it doesn't have to be a fire district. It could be a fire-wise community that creates them. I just think it would be good education and information to have in there, again, for future use. I don't want to stop anything today. And eventually, every localized CWPP gets updated and revised to be added to this CWPP, or do they live on their own?
Well, I think they'll live in the appendix.
They live on their own, but I like that idea. So if you make your motion to add an Appendix F, that will be a placeholder for local CWPPs, because I know there's, a couple are in process. And that way we won't have to change anything.
And maybe on Appendix F is the process to create one.
Right.
Okay. That would be awesome.
Suggestion.
Okay. Well, I know we've got some people in the boardroom today, so I'm going to open it up for public comment. And if you want to come up, talk about the CWPP, you'll have 3 minutes. You can state your name.
Hi, Elaine Brown, educator and taxpayer. So my money's going towards this. So these are all dealing with fire and dealing with the county. And so I did some research after speaking last week on this and went and spoke to a firefighter in this county. And there's people here that could say yay or nay to this, but I'm just giving you the information that I got in my research from a firefighter in this county. In the place where I live, I was told that the tax base per household is $19 in that community versus the other places in this community at $180 to $200 per household tax base. I was told by that person that when they started in the 90s that there was about 600 fires in California that were substantial to now there are 2,500 to 3,000, and they've even had to bump it up to a category of extreme. So that needs some research as to why. I know in that line of that information, like in Kelseyville, they have 4 bays across from Riviera grocery store, and there's only 2 being utilized. And so with the addition of this extreme, I think that this $9 million could really go towards housing vehicles in these.
I just want to point you back to the CWPP plan that we're approving.
Right, this all goes towards the $9 million. Please don't interrupt. I'm a taxpayer.
Excuse me, I need you to stay on topic.
And also Lakeport has a fire station at the top of the hill that is not being utilized, which is a very strategic point in case there's fires going on. So I'm going back to the $9 million. I want to know how that's being
Okay, but we're not talking, I don't know where you're getting the $9 million. I know that's from a project, a grant. This is about approving the CWPP project. If you want to read it, it's available on our website. This is the plan that we're updating. I need all questions and comments to be tied to the agenda item. It is a Brown Act law that we have to follow. Public comment has to follow what the agenda item is. And you're veering off topic quite a bit, so I need you to pull your comments back to this plan.
All right, your plan, is it being covered by the $9 million?
No.
No.
No. Where's the $9 million come into play with the grant that we're talking about that was mentioned in her presentation?
Yes, so if you want to speak with Will Evans after this, you can talk about that grant program. It is not on the agenda item.
All right, so you talked about a committee. Who is on that committee?
It's a subcommittee of the Risk Reduction Authority.
All right. Are you overseeing the $9 million? Does that have any play in what you're doing?
It's a nonprofit organization. Clerk received that funding.
All right. So what was the $9 million brought up then for?
Because they got that funding because of the CWPP actions.
So it does kind of tie into what you're doing.
And it has nothing to do with what I'm doing. It's what any organization can take this and write a grant.
All right.
3 minutes.
I would love to speak to my representative in Kelseyville. Thank you.
That's me. Thank you. Come on up, Joan.
Joan Moss, I have a question whether the general public understands this or knows about it.
Okay. So, Joan, we have meetings once a month with the Risk Reduction Authority. If you want to come and ask questions and talk about the CWPP, you can there. The Fire Safe Council also has a monthly meeting. A lot of times it's talked about there. But really what this plan is is our tool to apply for grants because it designates all the fuel reduction plans in our county. So that's what this is. That's what this document is. Have you had a chance to look at it?
We on Wildcat Road have been greatly affected by the fuel reduction plan.
Okay.
And we don't approve of killing live trees. Thank you.
Okay. That would not be in the plan, but appreciate your feedback. Anyone else wishing to give public comment on this item?
Good morning, Supervisors. Tom Jordan, staff to the Scotts Valley Energy Corporation. The Board of Directors of the corporation supports the plan and recommends it for your approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Anyone else in the chambers wishing to speak on the CWPP?
Magdalena Valderrama, Siegler Springs Community Redevelopment Association Programs Director. I'm very glad that I wore my purple today because when I walked in, I overheard the Declaration of the Indigenous Peoples Day and wanted to, and also the domestic violence and proclamation. I just wanted to say, first of all, thank you to all the Indigenous peoples for the tending of the lands that you have given all these millennia that has given us all of this amazing beauty and resources that we all enjoy today. And I feel that I was one of the people that made a lot of noise about getting this CWPP off the shelf and out into the community again. And I see today as being a time when we can re-engage and create a new stewardship future together. COB has not stayed still following the Valley Fire. However, we've been able to participate in all of the different meetings. Now, Siegler Springs Community Redevelopment Association is stepping forward to try and develop a hyper-local community wildfire protection plan. We very much appreciate how broad and robust the action plan was of the original CWPP. It is a very good model. I can tell you, because questions were asked here, as a member of the Fire Adapted Communities Learning Network, CWPPs are not required by any law anywhere. FEMA has adopted it as part of the strategy to move the country into communities taking much greater care and working together. And if it makes it possible for those of us to get grants and funding to take care of our own communities, then I'm always for working together that way. So I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Magdalena, I want to thank you for all of the work that you've done over the years, really pushing this project, being involved, always being so willing to step up and help. You're one of the champions, and I really want to thank you today for all of that work.
I just want to follow up with that also. And Magdalena, you're 100% right. I myself had no idea what the Community Wildfire Protection Plan was. I was asking questions. There's got to be a plan somewhere, and you had brought it to my attention. So I just want to thank you so much because we were having conversations. We were trying to create a new JPA, and at the time, so I just want to thank you. You do deserve the credit for really pushing this because I probably got 10,000 emails from you and saying, this is what you guys need to be looking at. This is what you need to be working on. And there are many other folks, obviously, but I would say specifically for me, you educated me and allowed us to help it move forward. So thank you.
Right, thank you. No project is going to go missing, for sure. But I think that we can continue to model what communities can do. Because governments can't do it all alone, communities can't do it all alone. We're going to have to find ways to work together.
Thank you. Anyone else in the chambers? Well, come on up.
Morning, Will Evans, Executive Director of the Clear Lake Environmental Research Center. So while we're all thanking Magdalena, I also have to give my appreciation, because if it wasn't for Magdalena, our organization wouldn't have been so engaged in making a difference in this arena. And I also want to thank the board for bringing this plan up today, because one of the things we've done a lot of work, got a lot of funding, but one thing we can't do is adopt a plan because we're not a government agency. So just back to, it really does take all of us working together on these things to make a difference. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Will.
Okay, if we don't have any further people in the chambers, do we have anyone in Zoom? Okay, then I will close public comment.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to say, my first year being on the Board of Supervisors, I actually served in the position, we were talking about the CMAT back then, and this, of course, and again, Magdalena. Actually, there's a lot of folks here. I mean, Will was there, Terry, you were there as well from a different organization, and we were all, bringing all of these ideas that are coming now to fruition up back then. The Fire Safe Council meetings was another area where everyone collaborates, and so to see all this come to fruition is really, it's really a treat.
Thank you, Supervisor Crandall. Okay. So if there's no further comment, we're ready for action.
Yep, I am ready. And you're right, Supervisor Crandall, it's been so long ago. You did spend that whole year on there. And that was the year we were figuring out the Community Wildfire Protection Plan, what that meant to the county and all the government organizations. So thank you for your service. And I'm ready to make a motion. I move to approve the Lake County Community Wildfire Protection Plan and authorize the chair to sign.
Second.
Would you like to make the amendment for Appendix F?
With the amendments that were suggested today. That will cover it. Or should I just say Appendix F?
That's fine with the amendments suggested today in relation to Appendix F.
Okay.
All right, and my second will cover that as well.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hey, motion passes. Hey.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Thank you for all of your hard work. It's not over. We're going to keep meeting. We're going to keep hustling. So thank you so much. Okay. Okay. Our 6.11 item, 11:30 a.m., sitting as the Lake County Sanitation District Board of Directors, consideration of presentation and direction to staff regarding the potential use of Lako Sand property by the Lake County Rodeo. We have special districts here, and we have Director Harder.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. What we have for your consideration today is a presentation of a concept that has been in discussion for probably 6 or 8 months. I was approached, well, actually my deputy was approached by members of the rodeo board about potentially locating the rodeo out on our facility out in North Lakeport. We've got about 1,200 acres out there, and they were looking for a more permanent, long-term home for their facilities that would also be able to be used in conjunction with parks, and Director Ewing is supportive of it. He called me on Friday to have me pass that along. As a staging ground for potentially some equestrian trails, a trailhead, multi-use out there. I know members of the rodeo board have also been in talk with Director Armis of Animal Control about the possibility of using those future grounds as large animal staging during evacuations and emergencies. So that's kind of the concept that was started about 8 months ago, and I've met with the rodeo board members out there on the site probably 3 or 4 times over the last 6 to 8 months to kind of talk through concept, talk through where it would go, what potential impact would that have on our operations, if any, what would it look like, and we finally reached a point now where it makes sense to come to the board. Before we start negotiating leases, before we really start getting to brass tacks about any project, and the project would be driven by them, Before we get to that point, we wanted to ensure that the board was supportive of it. If not, there's no point going forward negotiating leases. But if the board is supportive, then we can move to those next phases of the project with some confidence that, this might actually work out for the long run. So I know members of the rodeo board are here. They could speak in more detail about their vision, answer any questions you may have, but that's kind of what we're here for today, is just seek consensus on whether or not this is something the board is supportive of before we move to those next steps.
Great. Well, thank you for bringing this. This is a very exciting opportunity.
Yeah.
So I see some members. Would you like to come up and kind of talk about your vision? And because this is still part of the presentation, I won't time you.
Yes, good morning. My name is Aaron Hyatt. I am the director with the Lake County Rodeo Association. I was the one that made contact with Scott approximately 8 months ago regarding the property. The property at that time was currently used by a local cattle rancher. So this property in particular that we're looking at has been leased before. It was brought to my attention that the county was no longer interested in that lease. It was not beneficial, and that possibly was a property that we could lease from the county. We as a rodeo organization have been around for 93 years. When I first joined the board years ago, I couldn't understand why, we kept doing the same thing over and over again without having what's called a permanent home. Every year we put panels up, we take panels down, all in a short period of time. It's very labor intensive, and we were looking for a place that we could call our own. And that's how I came about contacting Scott. And we did go to the site many, many times. We looked at it. It's something we'd be very much interested in. There's one other part of that, and that is that ultimately, if it's possible, we would like to purchase the property. So then it could be a permanent home rather than just a lease from the county to us. And so that's a possibility at some point. Hopefully, we can move forward with leasing the property and doing the infrastructure that's needed to be able to put on an event out there every year.
Wonderful. Anyone else want to speak on this? We cover it? Okay. All right. I just want to hear from the board. Do we have any questions, comments, thoughts? Supervisor Green?
Yeah, I want to thank Mr. Harder and, of course, the rodeo board for bringing this forward. I have had some initial discussions. It is unique property, as is the larger property, the Northwest Treatment Plant. And you're right, you need a permanent home. And I think kicking the tires on this property is appropriate, and we want to support our community organizations. And we also, I think, in doing that and exploring the potential use of this property as a permanent home, by necessity, we're going to have to kick the tires on some other subjects, including Lions Creek and what the broader property use and all that. But I love this as the proposed interim use, and I think, as we plow through that and gain a greater understanding of the subject property and also the surrounding property, I think it could lead to even greater things. It does have a lot of potential there. So supported this moving forward.
Supervisor Spatier?
Yeah, I appreciate this coming to us, especially just to make sure that you don't take all the steps and then get a no. This is absolutely appropriate. Looking forward to voting yes on this. But what I will say is something that I think is of greater concern to me is I just got a list of all the properties we own. We own about 7,000 acres. Let's make sure we don't own things we don't need. If we are looking to potentially sell, then let's move towards that when we get to that point. But that's opportunities for private enterprise, that's opportunities for development, and we're not doing those things on properties that are still vacant and possibly useless to us, but we own because those are the properties we bought. So I hope in the future we can see what we can do about things like that, but at this moment in time, looking forward to move forward.
Vice Chair Simon?
Yeah, the same for me. Obviously, appreciated seeing this on the agenda. Completely support the idea of leasing and potential purchase down the road if that's an opportunity. But we all have young folks in our community that are, the young girls and ladies, always qualifying for national, state title things, and obviously we all support from our businesses. The Lake County Rodeo Association has come through, whether it's just donating funds or other things, but every community is involved in this, and especially our youth. We have all the extracurricular activities that happen in the schools, but the rodeo is a big part of what we are here in Lake County. So absolutely supportive of this project and figuring it out for the long term. So we'll just look to see and be excited to see what comes back to us as a board to move forward with the lease one way or the other, and then look at a potential purchase. So in complete support of this. And it'd be great because now we have it all the way around the county. We got a couple in South County, and we do have other properties too that we should look in the county, because this is not only just supporting the youth, but it's also an economic development driver for each area as we're bringing folks into the community. So fully supportive of this project. So Scott and Rodeo Association, thank you for bringing this to us.
Yeah, I was going to mention those things too. I have nieces that have gone to nationals. All my nieces and nephews have gone through local rodeo, and it's incredible the amount of people that come for an event. So this is a regional driver, and to have a facility that you can host big events at only benefits everybody. And also instills some pride here in Lake County. So I'm in full support of this too. I'm really grateful that you brought this forward.
One quick comment.
Okay.
Just in case you were not aware, one of our correctional officers, his daughter is a rising star in rodeo. She's amazing.
I know she is. She is amazing. So I'm going to open it up for public comment. Do we have anyone in the chambers or in the Zoom room that wants to speak on this item?
Oh, yeah, I was going to just comment that I had talked to Chief Ciancio about this, and I ran into Aaron a couple times as well about this, and talked with Scott at some lengths about it, because I think it's a really good idea. It's a border against my district in Michaels, but just knowing that there's a lot of folks that also ride horses on Hogback Ridge in those areas, this would be a nice area to connect to, so that folks could have that opportunity as well. So, yeah, support of it as well.
Good. Anyone in Zoom? No one in the chambers? Okay. Bringing it back to the board, I think we have consensus.
Great, thank you very much, and we'll move forward with it and keep you guys posted.
Great, thank you. We're really looking
Appreciate it.
forward to that. Thanks. Thank you. Okay, so we are not going to have our 1 p.m. item today. We can push through these next couple items and then come back for closed session. Does that work for everybody? Okay.
All of the above.
7.2, consideration of appointments to the Emergency Medical Care Committee. So we've got appointment to the following seats: Sheriff Rob Howe as the sheriff, Lieutenant Gavin Wells from OES, Dr. Noemi Duhan, Public Service Officer, Deputy Health Services Director, Rainey Grafton, Health Services Director. And then we have 2 applicants, Dr. Evan Bloom from the hospital and Lakeport Fire Chief Patrick Wrights from the Lakeport Fire District.
Quick question for staff. So I see the 2 applications attached, but then I see 4 other people proposed for appointment. But I don't see any applications for that. So did we receive applications from those 4 people, or are they just assuming we're
Their staff.
going to appoint them without any application process? Well, they're appointees on this committee, so they're not in a staff support role. They're actually appointees. And so to my understanding, they would have to follow the same process as everyone.
Go ahead, Johanna.
The way I saw it was these seats don't have terms. If you look on the roster, if you are the health services director, you sit for health services, and you're not like an outside, you're an employee sitting on this, but you still need to be appointed. That's how I read it.
It's the position that allows them to be appointed without an application because they already had to apply for that position. And I'm okay with moving forward as provided. And I don't know what the efforts have been from Supervisor Green, but I know he has been making an effort to get people signed up so that we can move forward on things in this committee. And if that is the case, that this is why we have what we have in front of us, then thank you.
And I would just say this has been a challenging committee to populate. We are bound by the bylaws such as they exist, and I'm not aware that the bylaws call out for a application-free appointment, even if they are staff.
Okay, public comment? All right, I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the list as stated by yourself in opening this item to the EMCC, or the Emergency Medical Care Committee.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes. We will move to 5.8. Waive the formal bidding process. A, waive the formal bidding process pursuant to Lake County Code Section 38.1 as an extension of an annual agreement, and B, approve amendment number 5 to the contract between the County of Lake and Granicus, Inc. for agenda management and government transparency services in the amount of $25,154.91 and authorize the board chair to sign. Supervisor Sabatier.
Madam Chair, thank you very much for opening this item. This is going to be quick. I don't agree with the waiving of the formal bidding process, though I will go ahead and move forward with a yes vote today. This has been utilized since 2013 without going through a bidding process. We are currently at the Technology Committee Group, or Technology Group Committee, looking at much more broad software to help with our accounting, to help with our budget, to help with our procurement, and maybe it's time to take a look at this as well and how it will communicate and intertwine with everything else that we are looking into right now. So this is a 1 year, but I would just like to ask for staff to go out for an RFP on the preceding year rather than continuing without going through a RFP. Again, it's been over 10 years. And it'd be nice to know what else is out there that's available that might make things easier, both on the transparency side as well as the efficiency side from staff. And
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
no, I'm done. I'm ready to go. I've said my
Okay.
spiel.
Public comment? Anyone in Zoom? Bring it back to the board for action.
And just hoping to get consensus from the board to yes for an RFP next year.
I agree with that.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
Then, Madam Chair, I move to waive the formal bidding process pursuant to Lake County Code, Section 38.1, as an extension of an annual agreement, and approve amendment number.
I think
Something else. Go ahead, go ahead.
And approve amendment number 5 to the contract between County of Lake and Granicus, Inc. for agenda management and government transparency services in the amount of $25,154.91, and authorize the chair to sign.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. 5.10, approve agreement between the County of Lake and BHC Heritage Oaks Hospital, Inc. for acute inpatient psychiatric hospital services and professional services associated with acute inpatient psychiatric hospitalization in the amount of $100,000 for fiscal year 2023-24, and authorize the board chair to sign. Is this you?
Yeah, so I pulled this item, and is a very quick fix on item number 3 within the first page of the contract. It says shall not exceed $80,000 in words, but then $100,000 in numbers, and I believe based on the agenda item header that it should be $100,000, and I'd like to just make that quick amendment.
Is that good with you, Director Jones?
Yes, thank you, Board.
Okay. Public comment? Anyone in Zoom? No? Okay, back to the board for action.
If there's nothing further, I move to approve the agreement between the County of Lake and BHC Heritage Oaks Hospital, Inc. for acute inpatient psychiatric hospital services and professional services associated with acute inpatient psychiatric hospitalization in the amount of $100,000 for fiscal year 2023-24, and authorize the board chair to sign the agreement as amended.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. 5.14, sitting as the Board of Directors, Lake County Watershed Protection District, approve and authorize Lake County Watershed Protection District to file grant application for the Hitch Habitat Improvement Planning and Assessment for Tule Lake, Scotts Creek, and Adobe Creek with the Wildlife Conservation Board in the amount not to exceed $2,591,000. Did you pull this one?
No, there was a need because of the addition. I believe that our clerk of the board pulled it.
Oh, right.
There was an attachment attached yesterday, so just so the public is aware that it's attached now.
Deputy Director Delijanis?
Yeah, hi, good afternoon, Board. Marina Delijanis, Deputy Water Resources Director. As Johanna mentioned, there was the application that was not initially attached to the board packet. It is now included. Johanna, do you have that item that you could possibly share your screen pulled up by chance? Thank you so much.
Supervisor Spatier?
Hey, I just had a quick question, and I apologize. I'm kind of clarifying an email response that I received from Director De Leon. The agenda speaks to $2,591,000. It sounds like that was overestimated. Do you want us to continue with the 2.591 million, or do you want us to correct it to the 2,482,700 as stated in the application?
If that is okay, I would keep it as is, even though it is estimated. If we are awarded this grant, then we will come back with the final approval for this actual acceptance of funds with the proper budget.
Perfect, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so there is the grant application form. Any questions or comments? Public input?
Could someone explain what the watershed, what does that, is that the water that is runoff that goes into the lake? Is that what we're talking about, or what is this?
Director Delijanis, are you talking about the Watershed Protection District?
Yeah, like what is this about? I didn't hear what it was talking about. What is this actually that you're voting on?
Sure. Director Deputy Director, would you like to briefly explain this? It is in the agenda package, and just for your awareness, we post the agenda and all the documents either Thursday or Friday the week before, so you can do all the research ahead of time. It's all listed there.
All right, great.
Yes, definitely. So the Lake County Watershed Protection District, that is just our governing body that is actually applying for the grant. As Supervisor Pyska said, this application is in the packet. If you want me to go into specifics, I'm more than happy to. You can come up to the third floor.
Because this is on consent, we'll just keep it very general. If you want to look at the package, it's all available.
And I wasn't here when you started. Did we skip 5.11? Was that taken off the agenda for today?
So that is the consent agenda. We approve that all in one motion, except for items that are pulled.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Okay, any other public comment? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Sitting as the Board of Directors for the Lake County Watershed Protection District, move to approve and authorize the district to file the grant application for the Hitch Habitat Improvement Planning and Assessment for Tule Lake, Scotts Creek, and Adobe Creek with the Wildlife Conservation Board in an amount not to exceed $2,591,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Marina, since you're here, are we doing the item at 1 o'clock?
Yes, we are doing the item at 1 o'clock. We have CDFW staff who would be available to help with the presentation. So,
okay, thank you for that clarification. So we're going to go ahead and take a lunch break, and we will come back at 1:10, and we will have that item and then proceed with our closed session items. Thank you. All right. 6.12, 1 p.m. item, presentation on California Department of Fish and Wildlife's Clear Lake Hitch Barriers Removal Project. And this is brought to us by Water Resources, and I'll turn it over to our Deputy Director.
Thank you so much. So I do have our program coordinator, Mitchell Breedlove, who will be sharing his screen. He should have the capacity to do so. So as Chair Pyska said, my name is Marina Delajanis. I go by she, her pronouns. I serve as the Deputy Director of the Lake County Water Resources Department. I am joined, very excited to be joined by some of our friends from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. And we will be giving an update on our California Department of Fish and Wildlife's Clear Lake Hitch Barriers Removal Project. Next slide, please. Great, okay, well, I will turn.
Move your stuff around.
Minor technical difficulties, just one moment. Good? All right, thank you so much. Thanks, Jake. All right, so today's discussion, we have a lot of fun information to share with you all. So I'm going to do a brief overview, starting out by our overview of our Lake County Watershed Protection District, and then we're going to outline how we got here. So why are we here today? Why are we bringing this presentation forward? And then I'm going to pass it over to the experts from California Department of Fish and Wildlife, CDFW, to do an overview of the CHI, the Clear Lake Hitch. They're going to highlight their spawning and migration challenges that they've recently encountered, recent efforts, and how we are working towards overcoming some of those challenges. We're going to highlight the permit overview process from CDFW, and then we're going to share an exciting opportunity to bring more questions, how you can get involved in the work that's being done for a town hall. And then, of course, we love to close it out with Q&A. Next slide, please. All right, so just highlighting, as you all are familiar with, but who doesn't love to hear about the work that we are doing at the Lake County Watershed Protection District. So next, perfect, thank you, Mitchell. So our Lake County Watershed Protection District and Water Resources Department, we're tasked with the protection and preservation of Clear Lake, including all waters, so surface water and groundwater. So we aim to promote an environmentally and economically sustainable watershed, and we do this by hosting many programs and projects, including aids to navigation on Clear Lake, aquatic plant management, groundwater monitoring, flood management, stormwater management, surface water quality monitoring, all sorts of fun things. Next slide, please. So how are we involved with the work and the projects that you'll be hearing about here momentarily? So we have been working very closely with our friends from CDFW to get this ball rolling on the project and the work that they will be sharing. So we have been working with them to sending out rights of entries, as we've discussed in the past. A lot of the creeks lie on private property, so we need to get approval and the okay from these landowners that have these properties that fall into the creek. So we've been sending out rights of entries, having those conversations with the local community members and being that local face, and then of course putting them in contact with CDFW. We've been helping with some of the actual brush removal. So once this vegetation is downed, where does it go from there? We've been helping with some of that retrieval and obtaining, and then of course public outreach. We also have a few projects that do tie in closely with the work that we will be talking to you about. One specifically is our Middle Creek Restoration Project, which has been a long-standing project. Lots of exciting work. We are currently in the parcel acquisition phase, but long-term plan is to reclaim those levees in the Upper Lake area and restore that area back to wetland, which is perfect habitat for our Clear Lake Hitch friends. We also have a Clover Creek Restoration and Rehabilitation Project, and we are working actively with funds from Caltrans to restore a portion of the Clover Creek Diversion Channel to its original state. So all these go in tandem with the work that is being done. Next slide, please. All right. Oh, perfect. So how did we get here? Just a quick overview, and this is not new information. It shouldn't be new information. If it is new information, you want to get sped up, please feel free to come see me on the third floor or give our department a call. More than happy to get you up to speed. But as we are well aware, the Clear Lake Hitch was listed threatened in California under the California Endangered Species Act. CDFW lake and streambed alteration regulations were introduced, and Lake County Supervisors voted to unanimously declare an emergency for Clear Lake Hitch this past year. And then we were recently presented draft regulations from the State Water Resources Control Board. They have some public meetings that will be taking place on the 19th of this month and then the following week as well. Regarding those, they are soliciting public comments. And then, of course, as we know, storms cause debris in our channels. So on that note, I'm going to go ahead and ask Mitchell to go to the next slide. And I'm going to pass it over to Felipe Leluz with CDFW to do an overview of the CHI.
Okay, thank you, Marina. And I want to, of course, thank the board for having us and hearing this item. And Marina already provided my introduction. I'm Felipe Leluz with CDFW. And we can go on to the next slide, please. Some of this is review, especially for the board members, but I do like to go over and give a species overview. Clear Lake hitch is a subspecies of the Sacramento hitch endemic to Clear Lake, or to Lake County. We've heard multiple times of the cultural importance, not only as an important food source, but as a cultural touchstone for the indigenous peoples of the region. And also, it's ecologically important. As well as being an important food item for people, it's an important food item for many other animals in the region. And we don't really talk about the nutrient transport or other roles, ecological roles that the hitch play. We look at native fish as a bioindicator, and in that the trends that we see in the populations reflect the function of the watershed and habitat that surround it. So we've been watching the species decline, and that does raise some concerns as to some of the functions that the ecosystem and the watershed surrounding the region, the processes have been disrupted. It has a 5 to 6 year lifespan, and I call this out because we are seeing prolonged periods of drought. California is a boom and bust ecology, and these fish are adapted to that. They're adapted to have big responses in wet years when conditions are good, and hopefully those boom years can get us through the lean years during drought when recruitment is low. All life stages of this fish use the tributaries around Clear Lake, and all of the locals know they see the fish in the streams. And this time frame goes from February through June, when the adults move into the tributaries in early spring, when there's water. They deposit eggs. Those eggs hatch and rear, and the juveniles can actually stay within the tributaries for quite some time, as long as there's watering present and conditions are conducive. Some of our partners, our scientific partners in Robinson Rancheria, are still monitoring isolated pools where hitch are still present, and that's pretty rare for this time of year. Normally the streams would be dry by now. And as Marina mentioned, this species was listed under the California Endangered Species Act in 2014, and here we are almost 10 years later, and the species is still in decline. Next slide, please. So there are numerous factors contributing to the decline. We're here specifically to talk about migration and spawning challenges and how we're overcoming some of that. We believe that, poor juvenile recruitment is a big component of the decline. And in order for these fish to successfully spawn, they need access to these tributaries. The 2014 status review estimated that 92% of their spawning habitat had been lost to barriers. And these barriers, some of which are obvious, there are permanent barriers such as dams. We can all picture, Grand Coulee or other large dams. Some are less obvious, and this picture on the far right is a small fish ladder that we installed in Manning Creek on private property. The property owner reached out to us and mentioned this barrier, and we installed this small fish ladder. And this is only about 2 feet high. These are not salmon; they're not strong jumpers, so small barriers like this can prevent their movement. This allowed them to move up to the next property on Manning Creek, where that property owner reached out to us, and we actually removed a road on Manning Creek where they're going to install a bridge to allow hitch to access the entirety of Manning Creek. Some of the other barriers are flow related. This picture in the middle is Adobe Creek in March, which is when we would expect hitch to be moving up and spawning, and you can see here that it's dry. So that's another flow related barrier that leads to desiccation and stranding. And then Jennifer will talk about some of the smaller barriers that we're addressing specifically. Next slide, please. And so I just want to give an overview of some of the recent efforts. There is a lot going on, so this is very broad. But this is what collaboration looks like. Here we have representatives from 3 tribal governments, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, State Water Resources Control Board, and Water Resources Department at Kelsey Road, at the Kelsey Creek Bridge, which is a major barrier. For those of you who have been tracking this effort, August of 2022, the department underwent a government-to-government consultation with tribal governments in the region. That led to the formation of a multi-agency task force, which really got us out of our silos and really stimulated the conversations and a lot of collaboration between the agencies. We then finished up the year with an emergency summit, which was a government meeting of agencies and tribes to really, communicate to our agency leadership what we need and what directions we want to go. We are planning a follow-up summit for the end of November. Again, a management summit. In 2023, so much has come out of this, and it's really ballooned the efforts. So we're building on existing efforts. So the tribes have done monitoring. We're continuing our monitoring as the department and building, working with DWR and State Water Resources Control Board to improve monitoring. We're coordinating a lot better and communicating a lot better with agencies and working better on communicating with the public and private industry and reviving projects. Marina had mentioned the Middle Creek Restoration Project, so Army Corps of Engineers back at the table, and we're hoping to move forward with that. And then some new efforts are, again, improved outreach, which is really why we're here, is we want to, educate property owners specifically today on what they can do with and without a permit, and facilitate barrier removal to allow these fish to move up into the watersheds. And with that, I'll hand it over to Jennifer.
Thank you. All right. Good afternoon. Everybody hear me okay? Jennifer Garcia. I'm an environmental program manager with CDFW out of our North Central region. And as Felipe had mentioned, we have been a large part of a task force and an implementation team that's kind of a multi-agency tribal community partnership. Both task forces complement one another, but the main goal is obviously to work together to improve habitat for Clear Lake Hitch. One of the biggest issues that we've had, and Felipe mentioned this, is barriers. Some of them are infrastructure, so they're going to be dams and culverts, actual hardscape. The other is vegetation, and then debris, which has become trapped within that vegetation. And that has led to a multitude of issues, I think, throughout the county, much of which I'm sure you've heard from the community in terms of flooding and things of that nature, but also from the migratory standpoint and access to spawning grounds for hitch. It's impaired their ability to move through the density of vegetation and actually get to areas where they need to get to. So that became one part of this very big plan, was vegetation burial removal, which moves a little bit faster, not a lot faster, but a little bit faster than the large kind of construction and planning that comes with infrastructure changes, like removing roads and changing culverts. So this is the project that we took on. Next slide, please. So during one of these meetings in our task force, Geneva Thompson, who you might be familiar with, of the California Natural Resources Agency, referred us to the California Conservation Corps. They've been doing a variety of veg work, obviously for years and years throughout California. But she mentioned that there were 2 crews that might be available to come and assist us with on-the-ground vegetation removal in these actual creeks, which is tremendous for us because we don't have that capacity, either as the county or as agencies. So we were able to work with the Cs. They're leaders in minimal disturbance, but high impact vegetation reduction efforts. And we spent an entire day, a very intensive entire day in the field looking at various sites that we prioritized kind of throughout the Big Valley and Upper Lake area initially. And we were able to work with them to make a spike, which is a week-long, literally 7 days on the ground, very intensive, concerted effort just in the Big Valley area. We were able to get right of entries from, thankfully, from the county. Not as many as we'd liked, but we did. But we also worked with California State Parks, who provided camping and hot showers for our crew, which was wonderful. So next slide, please. So the goal, increase Clear Lake Hitch migration corridors, improve access to spawning habitat, reduce fish stranding, and clearing this dense vegetation and the debris from our various tributaries. Also, as you can see, we had a lot of garbage removed in the 7 days that we were in these creeks. So again, outreach opportunity for sure. The goal was actually not to address flooding hazards. I think a lot of folks in the community initially thought that the crews in the creek were actually removing flood hazards because of all the flooding that we'd endured. And actually, what we were doing is really just removing that really dense vegetation in the actual channel, in addition to debris and garbage that would allow for fish passage. We did leave a lot of structure for shade, which is increasingly important as we get climate change coming through and heating days and heating water. So you'll notice that the creeks are very clear in that sense, but there's still a good amount of vegetation on the side, providing that kind of shade habitat. Of course, removal of this debris and this vegetation has helped with flooding tremendously. And I think my goal is that we will continue this effort of vegetation removal throughout this Clear Lake watershed in phases. And still, we are then working on the higher level barrier removals. Those just take, as I said, a little bit more engineering. Next slide, please. So with this, I wanted to first state that the lower right-hand side is the list of barriers that we as a group have collectively found or know of. The list seems to grow virtually monthly at this point. And again, those are all barriers, both structural and vegetation. And they are prioritized based on the ability for fish to maneuver them. Some structures, the fish literally cannot get past if we don't have almost flood conditions, simply because that structure is so high. And as Felipe mentioned, hitch don't jump. So the others are vegetation, and we are starting to very quickly move through that vegetation barrier list, thanks in part to property owners who were willing to allow us to have access behind their homes and some even through their property in order to get to the vegetation, trim it, and bring it up. And that was probably the hardest part for all of us, is simply being able to find a place to put the vegetation. It's immense. So I wanted to also mention that we were really fortunate that on one of the days in particular, we had so much vegetation that we couldn't fit in any of the trailers, that Scott reached out to PG&E, who reached out to Atlas Tree, who provided us a crew and a chipper truck for a few hours on 2 separate days. And without their help, we'd have never gotten this done. And the trees would still be sitting there on the banks, probably falling back into the creek. So a huge thank you to them for all of their support. Definitely helped us to realize that we needed to have a chipper truck available all the time for these efforts.
Jennifer,
Yeah.
on this map, it's hard for us to see.
Yes.
Can you explain what the areas are?
Yep. So the upper right-hand side is a map of the properties for which we requested right of entries. And they are adjacent to McGaw Slough, Adobe Creek, Bell Hill Road. What am I missing? I think there's another slide that's missing that actually has Bell Hill Road and Coal Creek. So that's pretty much what you're looking at. The colors were simply work areas, so that the CCC crew knew which areas they were working at any given day, based on access through those properties. Not all of the highlighted properties that are on there signed ROEs, but that is the bulk of them. We sent, as you can see, 38 ROEs, 18 people responded, property owners responded. So we were able to get in and do very intense vegetation work, of which I'll show you some pictures in just a moment.
Is that blue one? Is that the Coal Creek area?
No, that's actually on a different slide that is not on here.
Okay.
Bell Hill Road is also not on there.
Okay.
Yeah, it's nice and tiny. It's hard to see, I realize. But that's typically how, once we've received approvals, we like to kind of map it out in different work areas so we all stay on task. Make sure I'm not forgetting anything. Next slide, please. So, phase one, just wanted to show some great before and after photos of what we were able to accomplish in the field with the SEAS crew for just 1 week. So here we have Adobe Creek at Finley Road. Many of you, I'm sure, have been either by this site or have had community members likely address some flooding issues. The vegetation was absolutely, frankly, insane. I don't think I've ever physically cut as much vegetation in my entire life and seen it all up on the banks of the creek. That said, what a difference that it's made. This area is right behind houses that are, I think, is it Harris? Harris Road or Harris Street. And this section, although not terribly long, but extremely important to accessing upper levels of Adobe Creek and also for reducing some of the flood risk in that area. Next slide, please. This is Magoslu at Finley Road, so just down the road. This area, we probably should have added more pictures. The amount of trash that was removed from this site directly under the bridge was 2 to 3 trailer loads in and of itself. In addition, as you can see on the left, we have an immense amount of vegetation that's been cut and left in the creek, and or vegetation that's simply just fallen across the creek, as it does in storms and the like. So cleaning all of that out took quite some time. In addition, on this side on the right, you'll see that there's a bit of a trench in the middle. We actually needed to remove some of the sediment that was there because that wall was so high that the next time water comes through, it would simply back up again and cause a large pooling area. So we worked with the crews to do a small trench so that that water will continue to move through this system. Hopefully over time, it will also open up a bit and allow additional fish passage. Next slide, please. Bell Hill Road. This site, as you can see, the 2 lower culverts are used by hitch for migration. The area that is upstream of Bell Hill Road is extremely high quality spawning habitat and spawning gravels. So to remove the density of willow and blackberry in that area was tremendously helpful. Sadly, we actually found 6 or 7 hitch that had become entangled. And died, I think, trying to get out of the area. So this is an area where we've had many, many fish strandings simply because the water is absorbed or it's blocked and they can make their way back through. Next slide, please. And then Coal Creek along Clark Road. We are still working on this site. We were able to make it through about 3/4 of the vegetation and the debris and the garbage that was laden within Coal Creek. This also had caused flooding issues upstream where the water would back up to a point where it would leave the creek channel and we would have fish literally on Clark Road and in people's farms and their fields. So we're trying to keep these areas again clear, but also that water maintaining its channel course so that the fish aren't confused and exiting the actual water course. So we will be returning. Again, this was phase 1.
Was this the north part of the creek or out in that Army Corps slough area?
It's, hopefully I get this right. This is the area that would be between Soda Bay Road and the crossing at the first crossing at Clark Road. And there's that.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of it veers off to the east and then back straight. The Army Corps has a number of straight sections that they implemented, and then the old Coal Creek, which we did not get into, but we are working with property owners in that area. They have dealt with some flooding, and they're looking at a restoration project, so hopefully we can get some grant funds out to them. So one of the areas that is still needing to, I think, not necessarily this level of intensity, but more outreach with property owners is just pulling out vegetation that's either been thrown in there or that has washed down due to flood-related issues, but nowhere near this level of intensity that you see on the left, which took almost 2 days to remove. And like I said, we still have probably 1 more day just because of that density of vegetation in the creek. Next slide, please. So what's next and how to help? What's next is still working with the CCCs. Yeah, next slide. Thanks, Mitchell. Working with the CCCs to return. We still have work to do in Coal Creek. We never had the chance to get to the more lakeside area of McGaw Slough. We have both, actually, a property owner, I'm thrilled for this, that owns adjacent property to both McGaw Slough and Adobe Creek. So that will be really helpful for us to be able to still get in there, do some veg removal. Then we will be moving up to Upper Lake, and we have a number of projects that will be implemented with Clover Creek and Middle Creek. The Cs also have a contract with the Department of Water Resources, so that's been a tremendous funding boost for us as well. And now it's just more a matter of finding time for the Cs to be able to join us, because they put us on their calendar after already having an entire year's worth of work to do. So we're very happy they were able to accommodate us, and we're hoping they'll be able to do so again before we get into the wet season. And then, of course, Scotts Creek. I literally, before this meeting, finally had the chance to get up to Scotts Valley area and follow Scotts Creek up to South Cow Mountain, just to get a sense of what's going on out there, and it's pretty much the same as it is everywhere else. So it's more a matter of being able to find some times to get in there with property owners and work with them and start removing again some of the debris that's piled up through the years. The main acknowledgement is that we really can only do this without willing landowners, because we don't have any other way to get into the creek and pull this material out. So we're hopeful that this first phase and future outreach will really assist the community in coming forth and letting us get into pretty much the creek adjacent to their property and do some clearing. And then in addition, we're hoping that folks will be able to either assist us with setting up burn piles, or having us come in with a chipper truck, or being able to use some form of, removal, maybe with one of your, what am I trying to say? Trailers. Yeah, your trailers. So anyway, we will see. Much more to come in the next few months. And then, as Marina mentioned, we have a webinar outreach meeting, I think the 11th of October. We were going back and forth on dates. So hoping to work directly with community members and answer some questions. Next slide, please. Some of the big questions that we always ask: when is a permit from DFW necessary? And the short and somewhat simple answer is anytime you're going to be altering the bed bank or channel of a creek. So actually digging, dredging, removing material, adding material, bridges, culverts, retaining walls, water diversion pumps and wells actually in the creek, piers, boat docks, this is for the lake as well. All of those things are typically something we would recommend notifying or receiving a lake or stream bed alteration agreement for. Same thing with removing vegetation, but it's more in the root structure form. So if you're going to be in a creek and you're actually removing a huge root ball or something of that nature, those are the times you would want to consult with DFW, because in theory, it can actually very much structurally change the flow of the water and the stability of that channel. So next slide, please. When do you typically not need a permit? Cutting or trimming overgrown vegetation that reaches out into the creek channel. Our main concern is keeping that shade stability for our aquatic species. But as you can see, the density of the vegetation that's in the actual creek channel, if you're able to remove that by hand, same thing with the debris down below, and you don't need heavy equipment, you don't need a permit from us. You simply can go in and pull those things out of the watercourse, and we just ask that you move them well away from the watercourse so that they don't return to the watercourse and cause additional problems. Flood-related debris, any garbage that's in the creek, those things can absolutely be removed by hand. We just ask again, if you're going to be in there during flood stage, please be very careful. But realistically, we have a lot of just debris that has been caught up in that vegetation, and you don't need a permit from us to be able to remove those. Also, we ask, and this is critical, that when property owners are out managing, maintaining their vegetation, trimming trees, cutting trees, to please keep all of that vegetation out of the creek. Oftentimes people will actually fall a tree across the creek. Then we get debris backlogged, and then we run into all these flooding issues again. I know it seems like an easy place to put vegetation because it's low-lying and out of the way, but it's also very detrimental for our water courses. So trying to help people understand maybe where best to put that material. Thankfully, in your county, I think you actually can do burn piles and things of that nature or chip it. So that's very helpful. Next slide, please. Flood issues. As you are well aware, flooding was statewide this year. So when debris or vegetation becomes stuck within the creek and it causes flooding and it causes that creek to leave its channel, that is an immediate damage to property or a loss of access. Those types of issues, even when we have a culvert that is now in disrepair, needs to be removed immediately, a retaining wall that's failed, and we've got water everywhere, those are considered emergencies. That work can actually begin immediately. If you need to go in and do stabilization, if you need to pull some material out so that that water can maintain its flow. In this instance, equipment is okay to use, but you do still need to notify the department. It is called a 1610. It's an emergency notification. You can begin work immediately, but you must notify us within 14 days of beginning that work. This is typically for temporary flooding issues or emergencies, not necessarily a long-term or planned or engineered type of structure. This is also where we ask to consult us by all means. Let us know if you're having issues. Let us know how we can assist, and also potentially to walk you through that emergency notification process so you can get things done. Next slide, please. My closing thoughts. I realize that we are all trying as best we can to improve our habitat, improve the clarity of our water, keep our water courses in good health. I would love to see our communities come together, our agencies work together to continue to maintain the work that the CCCs have now implemented and kind of started for us. And that, I think, is all of us working together to find those funding resources, whether they be grants, working with other entities and agencies, working with our tribal communities, our partners, our ag community. There's so much that we can actually do. We just have to collectively, logistically get together and do it. So we are committed as a department to trying to get funding for all activities that we can that improve kind of the health and well-being of the watershed here in Clear Lake. If you would like more information on the Lake and Streambed Alteration Agreement Program, there's a link there. There's also a link to an email which goes right to our region. So if any member of the community or yourself has a question, send it our way. And if we don't know the answer, we'll find someone who does. Felipe and I aren't the fisheries biologists necessarily on the ground in the lake doing all of the survey work and whatnot, but there's a lot of science and there's a lot of good data. And we're trying to make that a big part of what we do so that we get the most done on the ground, especially before our next winter season. Yeah.
And then before we open it up, Mitchell, if you can go to the last slide, please. Yeah. This is the information here for the town hall. This was a lot of fun information, and we know that there's a lot of information that we passed around. So please feel free to join us. We have a town hall that will be coming up next week here in the board chambers, 5:30 to 7 p.m. We're going to have, again, experts from CDFW here. We're going to talk about the permitting process. If you have additional questions, if you have concerns, if you have an area that you want to get in your property in the creek and clear some of this vegetation, we'll have the expertise here to help you. So we want to open it up. Please come see us. We will have staff here in person. But yeah, next Wednesday, October 11th, 5:30 to 7 p.m. here in the board chambers. We'll have a follow-up on this discussion. It will be an open session, so come and go as you please. Until 7 p.m. But with that, I want to thank CDFW for making the drive down here from Sacramento, and I want to thank the board for bringing this item forward and your support. So with that, we'll go ahead and open it up for any questions that the board may have, and then the members of the public.
Great. Well, thank you so much for bringing this item, and I'm glad we got to hear it today instead of pushing it to next week. And Jennifer and Felipe, I have so much gratitude for you both for moving so quickly. It feels like it was only a couple weeks ago that we were talking about this, and you already had things moving. And there are a lot of property owners that are in my district that have been experiencing flooding and have been emailing me a lot. And I'm so just grateful that you were able to connect with them and get these resources in place, and then explain to here for us what people can do on their own with or without a permit. So thank you so much. Supervisor Spatier.
Thank you for the presentation, all the work that you're doing out there. There's unfortunately a whole lot more work to be done, but it's nice to see what's already happening. There was one part in the presentation, and this is more of an internal discussion, but I disagree with that. Yes, it's nice when you can get the ROEs, but if you're creating a danger to the community by not cleaning, because it's your property. I used to have a stream going through my property. I had to cut down all my neighbors' blackberry bushes because it would flood in my property. If you don't take responsibility for your property, isn't that a nuisance that you are creating for your community? And shouldn't we, through code enforcement or through other means, be able to go after those property owners where an ROE is not accessible, that there are other means to get on that property to get these projects done so we don't get stalled?
So I'm just wondering if we have Director Turner on, because we have had these conversations with code enforcement, if she's available to answer that question. Because we have actually gone out with water resources and code enforcement to a lot of these areas, or maybe Marina can answer.
I'm hoping Director Turner is on, but that is something that has come up, as Chair Pyska has said, it is a nuisance. And, as CDFW said, it takes the right of entries to access these properties, especially in a large-scale effort with the state's involvement and assistance. In terms of that internal discussion, we've had that discussion, but it's never been verified on the path to address that. But definitely would need the assistance of code enforcement to identify those abatements and move forward. Oh, perfect.
There she
Yay.
is. Welcome to the conversation.
I was listening. Yay! Also, I have Marcus coming, and I agree with Marina. It's not the same type of code enforcement action that we're used to. The getting rid of garbage. They're talking about using code enforcement and the code to help clean out the creeks.
Okay.
And how it's been a challenge historically as we've tried it.
It's like a cold creek thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Amongst a number of them. They had a bunch of cleanups already. So that's what we were talking about today. So anyway, sorry, I don't have something more specific. We have looked at a number of different options to use code enforcement actions on helping to clean those creeks, but we have had issues specifically that they're on private property and we don't have access, or the funds that we would use could be possibly a gift of public funds. So there have been a number of obstacles, and so we've been real excited to participate with the Fish and Wildlife endeavor. And I agree with Chair Pyska. It's just amazing what you guys have accomplished just in the last few weeks. But we would be happy to continue working going forward to find pathways that we could do it through normal code abatement processes. It could require an amendment of our Chapter 5. No, Chapter 13.
So again, I'm going to disagree. I see us doing that with our the obstacles in the lake from the North Shore area that have been cleaned out by water resources. We're going after those individuals, saying, please get rid of your dilapidated docks. I just think either we don't have the code and we need to create it, but we should have the ability to enforce a rule of you're going to endanger your community and help flood. I think the ROE is amazing if we can get that, but if we can't, we have to either use the avenue or create the avenue, because to me, it's obvious that we should have that capability as a local government to enforce safety. It's a public safety issue when it comes to flooding, and granted, the fish benefit from it at the same time. But I just think that's an avenue that I would like to see either looked into, that it's available, or create if it's not available. Because when you mentioned that part, I was like, we have to have a possibility out there. And then the second part is just a question. You were talking about obstacles. It's a little off topic, but it's similar. I know that I've cleaned up the lake many a times in my neighborhood. There are so many tires, and I'm seeing more and more articles about the chemicals used on tires where rubber dries up and cracks, so they had to find a special chemical to keep rubber malleable on your tires. That chemical is being found to be quite a fish-killing machine. And we have tires inside the lake, on the piers, on the docks. How do we go about do we have to go through a permitting process to personally remove those ourselves? Because some of them seem pretty deeply embedded, like you would be disturbing potentially. Do you know what the impact is? What the impact is? I know that it's a huge impact on the salmon, because that's usually the stories that I read, but I'm not sure if it's the similar impact on our lake to our native fish.
I don't have the science on that, but I could only agree that anytime you have something like a tire in any water course, it's never going to be beneficial for habitat or anything else. Most times you can easily, hopefully, remove that tire either by hand or even trying to maybe tie a rope or something and pull it out. And for items like that, you wouldn't need to contact us. If it really, truly, or there's so many that they are really sunk in and deep down, I would recommend calling us so that we can actually go and take a look at it and get a game plan. Oftentimes, we can move through a project without needing to do any really extensive permitting. Additionally, the county does have a routine maintenance agreement, which is lake and stream bed alteration agreement for routine maintenance activities. Things like that would very much, I think, fall within their existing agreement. So I think simply working with the county, even if it's to obtain some grant funds, because I think there's quite a bit of money expended on throwing those tires away as well. But I think that activity would probably be fairly well covered under their existing agreement.
My kids and I found 11 tires last year during coastal cleanup in Kelsey Creek.
Horrible.
Yeah.
And people say, I hope it's not true, but there's so many tires, maybe it is, that it was supposed to be fish habitat.
Oh, jeez. No, it was. But
horrible.
Yeah, but there's also just the dump. I mean, we found a dump site. Sure, that's what that was. Supervisor Green.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you for your agency's hard work on this and other aspects of the hitch recovery. I'm going to sound confused in this question, if only because it's kind of a confusing subject. So to the extent that we talk about channel clearing and brush clearing in my district, which includes Scotts Creek, the interest is there in the community, but it ain't for the fish. It's for the potential for flooding or some understanding that these are so overgrown that this represents a major flooding risk. And I've been getting educated along the way about that balance between expenditure of public funds and what's available to clear up some problems in our public trust areas, right? Our navigable waters and stuff like that. I'm still not there yet. I'm still learning this stuff. But it sounds like you have identified some funding, and it sounds like Caltrans may have some funding too for some type of stream restoration and all that. But I don't hear a programmatic approach to this, number one. And in slogging through this in my district, part of it was what is permissible, for use of public funds? How sustainable is this? And are we doing chunk by chunk, property by property, or if we're to scope a larger, more complicated project, how do we do the bang for the buck analysis, knowing that all this stuff is going to grow back? Going to the flooding question again is, that would be great if we keep shade on the stream, but I'm thinking that the majority of people would be more interested in more aggressive trimming for fire safety and flood risk. If they're going to clear it all, they're going to want in there and maybe not necessarily leave a lot of riparian cover on the banks. So it's a little bit of mixed messaging, and the county, I think, has contributed to some of that mixed messaging because depending on which decade you're talking about and who was driving tractors at the time, the county itself occasionally did some stream channel maintenance too. So, and the only reason I'm doing that is this is like such a heavy lift, but it is kind of pocket by pocket by pocket. So where do we arrive at the end of the day of a sustainable program so we can identify all the state and federal monies that might be applicable? If there's any local cost share, we can get programmatic on that. But that's just for vegetation clearing. And my question is probably the things you haven't been focused on, because you can do what you can do. There are more systemic obstacles involving mining and what have you, and culverts and bridges and all that sort of stuff that also needs to be looked at long term. And that's going to be even more expensive discussion and require even more complexity in the program level than it is with stream clearing. So I really want to applaud the effort here, but I'm trying to get better understanding just so I don't do misinformation and say, no, we can't do this, it's public funds, we can't do it. But not also say, oh, we got all the money we want, just drop a dime, and an LSA on you guys and it's off to the races. So I think we're at the very start of what we need to do in terms of vegetation management. But there's, again, the mining obstructions in the streams. There's huge berms of sediment deposits at the mouths of the tributary that are substantial obstacles as well. So I love this little slice of the problem as it presents. But can you speak just very briefly to the larger issue of the obstacles you've observed? And if only because we still have Director Turner there, we don't have a good understanding of our hitch habitat. So if we're taking a look at land use projects and we want to review what's going on, it may have been conventional wisdom for years and years that the Bell Hill Road crossing was as far as the hitch got, but we blew up that understanding this spring. So what type of mapping and analyzing of these projects are you doing to prioritize them?
So I think the big change recently is largely cultural. In like the culture of our agencies, in which we've kind of gotten to this point where we tend to work in silos. And what this task force, the Clear Lake Hitch Task Force, has really done is kind of knock down those walls where we're having like much more open dialogue on what we can do, on sharing of resources. We pull all of our information on these are the funding sources available. How do we prioritize? And it's really a collaborative effort. And so it's not a formal, like structural, programmatic, this is a plan. It's a shift in the culture in our approach. And that's kind of a very general, just, answer to you. We are looking specifically at some large barriers, working with the county, working with DWR, Army Corps of Engineers, to really address some of these bigger issues also. As far as the riparian habitat, as far as people being eager to be more aggressive in brush clearing, that's not really something I can speak to. Again, it speaks to the culture, of the people surrounding, of the property owners. So we can't go in and tell people what to do with their property, but we can educate people on how they can maintain, that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And if we can develop and help build that culture of people maintaining the stream beds, having a healthy ecosystem, and keeping this communication in a more open and transparent way, that in the long run is our aim. And how we'll conserve the hitch and reap the ancillary benefits of, flood control, of carbon sequestration.
Okay. I will open it up for public comment. Do we have anyone in the chambers who wishes to speak on this item?
Hi, Elaine Brown, educator. Wow, that's a lot of work. I know pulling out vegetation and so you're dealing with landowners on waterways. Are you able to talk to them about like herbicides and pesticides? And some people don't weed eat anymore. They just spray something so that runs into those areas and then it comes into that. And I know herbicides can really affect small animals and that sort of thing. So are you able to do that, with whom you're talking with?
We are.
Good.
Yes, yeah, we are. And obviously we can't, we're not able to tell people what they can and can't do by all means, but we absolutely recommend if you're going to use an herbicide treatment, please do it when there's no water present.
All right.
But people do ask, and a number of people are definitely concerned with our small mammal and rodent population, which is good, as well as our large animals and our deer moving through. So we have talked about masticating instead, but again, all of these efforts require repeated maintenance. And so it's that commitment from the landowner to do that repeated maintenance through the years.
Great, thank you.
Okay, anyone else?
Hi, I'm John Laboito. I'm a property owner in Upper Lake, and I had a question about a specific barrier. On Middle Creek, underneath the Rancheria Road Bridge, there is an old weir. It's 2 to 3 feet tall. Some years I've looked over the bridge. I see the hitch milling around in the pool below the weir. That doesn't look to me like they can get past that. Maybe at higher flows if it's washed out, but I guess it changes from year to year. And I just was wondering if that one's on your list.
I think it is on our list. And I think because it's actually infrastructure, it's one of those that requires us to do a little bit more intense planning for it instead of just pulling it out. But I'm pretty sure that I have heard that it's on our list. And if it's not, it is now.
Okay, I don't know how it got there to begin with. I haven't been around here long enough.
Yeah.
I have a suspicion that somebody thought by keep maintaining the water level, it would
Yeah.
recharge the local ag wells.
Yeah.
But
We've seen that quite a bit, so I think you're not alone. And there's a number of, rock weirs that have been built that you can't actually see until you've removed some of the vegetation as well.
Yeah.
So I appreciate the heads up.
All right, that's the one.
Before you go, could you repeat the description of the location just so we can make sure that we have
Okay,
that on our list?
It's on Middle Creek.
Mhm.
It is just under and downstream of the Rancheria Road Bridge.
Okay. Thank you for that. And we really appreciate you bringing this to our attention and encourage, if you find other barriers like this, by all means, email the r2info@wildlife.ca.gov. And we really count on the public to help us keep us informed. So thank you for that.
All right.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone in the Zoom room? No? Okay. Oh, Joan, come on up if you have a comment.
Joan Moss. I haven't met you. I'm sorry. I was late. I do have this to give you. And this is an article I submitted to the Record B, and I will send it to anyone who wants. This is the grand jury report, this year's grand jury report about the effect on the hitch of the water. Over the last 6 years, the number of hitch has declined significantly, and now many local agencies consider it to be an endangered species. Recently, an emergency was declared by the Board of Supervisors regarding the status of the hitch. Part of the reasons for the decline of the hitch is the pollution of the waters of Clear Lake from the chemicals such as cyanotoxins. These chemicals, commonly referred to as the blue-green algae, contain methylmercury, I believe, are particularly harmful to adults, children, animals, and fish. Runoffs from agricultural properties and cannabis farms contain insecticides and fertilizers. These are meant to control insects but affect the health of crops, the hitch, and the lake. And I have another article from the past that I found.
So let's
called
keep
The
our
Froth Worm.
comments just to the presentation today. Thank you. Maria? You had your hand up? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. In the side conversation I've had with our code enforcement manager, we have encountered some obstacles within our own code. So if it's the will of the board, we'd be happy to take the next few weeks to take a look at other jurisdictions' codes to see if there's any way that we can improve ours in order to gain access, encourage maintenance, but also move forward with abatements. We'd be happy to bring the board an update on this, like maybe in a month. I know time is really of the essence.
Yes, so yeah, you have consensus on that.
Yes.
Thank you so much. All right.
Thanks.
Supervisor Green. Oh, I'm officially closing public comment. Supervisor Green.
Thank you. So I'm sorry, I should have asked earlier, just general ballpark figure, you must have some portion of that $1 million CDFW through into the HITS response, or are you using other funding sources right now?
So there was $1 million awarded to the State Water Resources Control Board. A portion of that is going towards a facilitator to help engage with the agricultural community. They are doing some hydraulic modeling efforts and also purchasing stream monitoring equipment. So that was from a news release, I believe, some months ago. So there is that funding. We had a $500,000 pot of money from Emergency Drought Fund that we awarded to the tribes to assist with nearshore monitoring research, hydraulic monitoring and modeling, and the carp eradication and management, the carp management program, which would affect predation on Clear Lake hitch eggs. And then there are a number of other grant proposals going through, and there are various pots of money that we can also, either the county can apply for, the tribes can apply for, or other organizations. So what's really been the bottleneck hasn't been the funds, is really the staff time to process and manage these grants. So there's a fair amount of money, both federal and state, that we can tap into. And I encourage, if you know of organizations, or if the county, if one of the local agencies would has a project in mind, reach out to either me, or we have our Watershed Restorations Grants Program has a generic email where we can initiate a consultation and find the right pot of money to apply for.
And lastly, I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, but I do want to correct any misinformation when it's brought to this body. Agricultural runoff, whether from traditional ag or cannabis ag. We have an irrigated lands regulatory program that covers our traditional ag producers. We have cannabis waste discharge permits from the state water boards that apply to cannabis. I'm not personally aware of any massive problem involving runoff from either traditional farms or cannabis farms. And I'm open to the idea that we would learn of that quickly and take corrective action should that occur. That said, we frequently do get people making statements about the level of toxicity of the waters in Clear Lake and how they may affect fish reproduction. So to the extent you can, you're not here to talk about it today, but is there some level of monitoring of the waters at Clear Lake for those things that may be injurious to health for fish?
Yes, and Sarah Ryan at Big Valley Rancheria has been very effective at moving along the cyanotoxin monitoring. So that's online. The Bureau, USGS, the United States Geological Survey, is also working on monitoring for nutrient input. And so that's the sort of information that's shared in the Blue Ribbon Committee, which is another public forum which focuses more on water quality. And I would encourage any members of the public to look into the Blue Ribbon Committee, start attending those meetings. They have quarterly meetings. And then there is a technical subcommittee that gets more into the nitty-gritty of the water quality, various nutrient inputs, cyanotoxin levels, and that sort of monitoring.
And then just to go off of that, our department does monthly monitoring on Clear Lake for water quality. We actually have staff members out there now today doing water quality monitoring. So if you have any questions or comments, just give my department a call at 707-263-2344. We have very dedicated staff. They know their stuff, and they've also released some published articles as well regarding the water quality of Clear Lake. So.
And last question. So you raised Blue Ribbon, love it, but we just went through the ranking process. So there, depending on what pool of money you're going after, you can talk about lake health generally, which Blue Ribbon does, and it does talk about cyanobacteria. Is there a need for a metric where we can measure a project
Okay, so
for hitch beneficial?
We're getting really off topic here. I need to stay on topic, which is this presentation for today. So I only need all comments to be in line with what our agenda item is. Did you want to add something else?
I did. I don't have my pen, so I hope you would see my pear.
Oh, I was wondering what your pear was for.
Bruno gave it to me, but I don't have my pen. I was going to talk earlier. We did have a discussion before we started about some barrier challenges that we have, and honestly, go back a couple years. We've been in Upper Lake. I'll say we've been really having a lot of attention on the Middle Creek and Clover Creek channels and whatnot. One of the presentations that was made at the Blue Ribbon Committee at one time was the Clover Creek Channel because of the foliage in that, the blackberry bushes. So fast forward, we're at it again, and then there's been a lot of meetings in Upper Lake at the town hall discussing the potential of flooding. But one of my biggest attempts to try and converge both was the hitch situation. We do know that that's the problem in all the tributaries is the foliage and the vegetation and the sediment. But of course, as you can see in the presentation, the sediment, you can't really mess with that without the permits and all of that. And so that's also another challenge too, because we kind of get in these heated discussions in Upper Lake, and some folks will be there giving their intake on or their expertise, if you will, on what they know about what can take place. And this really helps kind of clear some of that up. Now we can refer some of these folks to this rather than depending on someone in the stands or in the audience saying that they do this all the time and X, Y, and Z. And for me, knowing too that you can just remove this as long as it's foreign to the tributary or if you're just taking down, vegetation. The other thing that was always mentioned in these meetings, and I wanted to ask earlier, was people asked about using goats or something like that in the creeks or anything, and I just want to hear like what the take is on that, or if there's a specific permit or something like that.
There is not a specific permit for such an activity. We definitely have had folks use goats when the creeks have been dry, and they typically are an animal that don't pull vegetation completely out by the roots. So I think there are maybe some livestock that would be better suited for that use than others.
Right.
I am unaware of whether we've actually permitted it or not. So that is a great question, but I can definitely get back to you.
I just wanted to make sure to say it in public, and then not to mention, we did talk also beforehand about the prescribed burning possibly, or having a group do that.
Yep.
And that's a possibility as well.
Absolutely.
And because I also spoke with NRCS about this, somewhat of the tributaries as well, but they were more interested in the private, meeting with the private owners and doing it. They said that working with the county would be a lot more difficult than it would be with the private owners. And so it kind of stopped there because, as Marina knows, we've been dealing with this in Upper Lake, talking about it for a long time, and it's a very big situation. So I'm glad that this is here. I really am. Thanks.
Thanks.
Just one final comment. I'm glad to hear that the cultural burning and the burning opportunities, because when we talk about just even with the CCC group, there's 2 and they're scheduled for years. So looking at maintenance and opportunities using fire, I think is really important. Mother Nature does it every time we've had a large fire. It has burned some of our communities because it burned through the creek, around the town, and back up through. So getting that vegetation out, I think, is very important. That's the most cost-effective way to do it, as we move through the process. So Lake PBA, our Prescribed Burn Association, Terra, Clerk, all these other organizations, I think once we get it cleared, that's a real way to move forward, looking at these opportunities, and that's a natural way to go about things. So I'm glad that conversation's happening, hopefully through all agencies, at the state level.
Yeah, and I just would like to add there's an excellent example of prescribed burn on the other side of the state at the Big Chico Creek Ecological Preserve, where they have been doing prescribed burns along with intensive vegetation management, because you get this big dense pile of vegetation, you burn it, and that's not good. So they do the initial vegetation clearing and then have a maintenance schedule of prescribed burning, and have gotten very good at it. So there are some very successful results in which their little tributaries to Big Chico Creek are retaining water longer because they're being managed with this prescribed cultural burning.
Yeah, and that is the misconception, for years, people piling up big fires. That hurts the earth. It needs to burn in its natural form. That's why you don't pile it up. That's why you don't scrape it into big things, because then you scorch the earth. That's not what you're supposed to do. But obviously, people have been trained for years like that. So going through that process, I'm glad to hear that conversation's happened, EJ. I'm glad you asked that question, because we all have this in our communities, even though our Middletown, the District 1 area, Anderson Springs, St. Helena Creek, all of those, are just overgrown with everything right now. Hidden Valley, a large community in South County, floods every year, and that's because of all the vegetation that you have in Pewter Creek that's not being addressed. So, and it allows us, where we're not addressing the sediment and the other stuff, but it allows us to let that water flow freely so we don't have flooding communities. So I know we're all dealing with it, no matter where we're at in Lake County.
Well, thank you so much for this presentation today. Really appreciate you making the trip here, moving quickly, using the available funds and the available team. And I just really look forward to more updates. All right. Well, thank you so much.
One last message just for the community. We all have advisory committees, other things. The first process has gone through. Great to see that 18 of the 38, but hopefully that messaging in the meeting today can say we're all in this together. We're not asking to come on your property to tell you what to do at this point. Let's all work together and work to get it done. We just continue that messaging throughout the county, through all of our advisory committees, and really have the conversation. So appreciate the information today. So one more time to get it out to the communities of, we're just trying to get our creeks healthy for everybody's benefit.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Board.
Okay, so we'll go to 6.1, which is our calendars. And who is ready to start?
Ready.
All right, go ahead.
All right, I'm just going to go forward. Tomorrow, got LAFCO, AVA, a COC grant selection work group, and I will, are you having your town hall? Yeah, and so I've been hanging out with PEG TV videographer just to make sure that we iron out all the kinks, and so far it's getting better and better. I know there are some specific facilities where the internet is proving to be a bit of an annoyance, and hopefully we can overcome those last little hurdles. Thursday, I start off with the pick count, Russian River Forum, and end up with the general and executive committee meeting for the COC. Then on Friday, we're meeting again with CDPH in regard to the syringe exchange program, meeting with the NAACP, and then meeting to review again the Lake County Ambulance Ordinance. On the 9th, I will be having our PEG meeting on Monday, and on Tuesday, meeting with Canucktown Unified School District and Fire Chief Cepeda to continue discussing how we can implement the EMT classes. Really excited about all that. Wednesday, LTA APC meeting. Measure V oversight, that's just for the city of Clear Lake. It's just oversight of the road infrastructure and how spending has been done. On the 12th, the EMCC, IFT, and ambulance ordinance. And then there was an invite from PEG to go to the Middletown area town hall, so I'll be there to make sure that the system's set up properly for the first time out there. And then I don't have anything for the 13th, and coming back on the 16th, meeting with our CAO. Have a technology group committee, and then coming back for the board of supervisors on the 17th.
Okay.
All right. Tomorrow. Tomorrow, is that tomorrow? One pill can kill discussion, is that tomorrow? Yes, okay. It says it on my calendar, but Earth is in the evening, like Supervisor Spatier said, and that's in Clear Lake Oaks at the Moose Lodge, 4 p.m. Thursday, Russian River Water Forum in Ukiah. Friday, the CDPH syringe exchange discussion. Next Tuesday, I have the EPA ad hoc for the Farm, Ranch, and Rural Committee for the EPA. Wednesday, Space Committee. And then I'll be coming to the hitch barriers removal and discussion town hall here to just be on top of that discussion. Thursday, I know there's something. It's not populating on my calendar, but I know that I seen there was something, but I'm not going to say it because I don't want to mess up. But I'll jump to Saturday, free dump day, and that's I want to say it's from 9 to 1, and it's at the Lakeport station, Clear Lake stations. There's 2 of them over there. I don't have it on me, but I just know that there is a dump day that day. And please refer to our, I know it's on our website, so we'll go with that. And then Sunday is the One Team, One Dream Gala, is that what they call it? Yeah. And that'll be at Soberis. And then Monday, a meeting with the CAO, and then CERT will be in the evening, and then back here on the 17th for the meeting with the Board of Supervisors.
So tomorrow have LAFCO and Ava, Supervisor Spate, and then let's see, football on Friday. Try not to do anything on Monday, Indigenous Peoples Day, so hopefully I'll get that day to relax a little. And then have on Wednesday, LTA, APC, for the Space Facilities meeting. I think the Lower Lake Action Committee group actually moved to the Tuesday meetings. Their meetings to Tuesday, so I'll probably attend that next Tuesday
Your
night.
microphone's off.
Oh. Dang it, thank you. So going back, LAFCO, Ava, call on Friday morning with CAO. Parker, I think she's back, right? She's back at that, she's not?
No,
Yeah, she is, right?
Tomorrow.
Oh, doing Friday with Stephen. Excellent. I can follow up on a couple projects doing locally in my district, so excellent. And then LTA, APC on the 11th, Space Facilities Committee meeting just popped up. Lower Lake Action Committee, I think on the 10th, math on Thursday, the 12th. 13th will be with Susan, and then on 16th is the RA meeting. 17th is going to be Board of Supervisors. Yeah, I think that's it.
Thank you. Tomorrow, they do a weekly conference call for the emergency shelter in North Lakeport. I have not been able to attend in recent weeks, but I definitely will tomorrow, and I want to thank everyone again who responded so kindly after the news of the unfortunate death at the shelter. I do see COC on there. I need to figure out which invite I'm going to there. And pretty wide open after that. I do see on the 10th, Lake County Ag Advisory will be meeting. I believe you're unavailable, Chair Pyska, so I'll be sitting there, and they'll be taking a look at a couple issues so they can give us some advice later. I have a medical appointment on the 11th, and I think that's about it. That's all I got.
Okay, well, I want to report out on the Pear Festival. It was incredible. Friday night was the dinner. Saturday morning was the parade and the festival. I did drive a tractor again, so it's really great. Then last week I was at the after the Fire Leadership Summit in Sonoma County, in Sonoma, and had an opportunity to chat for a minute with Senator McGuire and Deputy Director from CAL FIRE. Just catching up on a lot of things and some new funding opportunities, so that's pretty exciting. And then tomorrow morning, I've got agenda review. Then I have a meeting with no. Oh, right, correct, thank you. I do have a meeting with a council member from Oakland, and with the One Pill Can Kill meeting. Then I'm going to be driving to Reading for the Wildfire Task Force meeting, which is all day Thursday. Then I'll come home that night. Friday so far looks pretty open. I do have the celebration of life for someone. Then I'm going to be having some family time, and then back on Wednesday, where I do have agenda review that day, and then my first committee meeting for NACO. Yeah, that's already starting so fast. Is yours starting?
Yeah,
Yep.
already at our first.
Okay. There is the bi-weekly home hardening meeting, which I'll probably have to miss. I'm a little triple booked because I also have the TID meeting. So I'm not sure about all three of those, but the EELU NACO meeting takes priority. Then the Canocti Fire Safe Council is having an event called Lessons from Lahaina. So I will be over there at Canocti Harbor for that evening. Thursday morning is a Fire Safe Council meeting. And then that Friday, we had talked about having the RCRC PG&E working group, but I haven't heard if we're, I have it on my calendar as a placeholder. We'll see. I probably wouldn't be going to Sacramento, though. I'd probably just doing Zoom. Soda Bay Corridor meeting. And then the Taylor Swift movie is coming to Lakeport that night, so you know I'll be there. The Student Leadership Council for with Congressman Thompson and Assemblymember Aguilar Curry is kicking off the 14th in Napa. My daughter's on that council this year, so I'll be going there and working with all of the high schoolers who are interested in that. And then October 15th is Pregnancy Loss Day, so that is the date of the Wave of Light. So we'll be getting more information on that event as it's coming together. And then the 16th, I'll have my meeting again with CAO Parker, and then the Risk Reduction Authority, and then the KBA Mixer at the Lady Luck Garage, and then back here on Tuesday, the 17th. So that is it for our calendars and our open session items. We will be moving into closed session. We have 2 items.
Madam Chair, I
Yes.
did forget one thing.
Go ahead.
I apologize. So it happened so quickly, but I did attend the grand opening of the Hutopia project at Six Sigma Friday afternoon. They have 63 units open out there. They had some of the new guests in. I think they had 30 units rented on that night. If you have a chance to go look at that project, it's beautiful. It looks good. I think it really fits well into the community, so I didn't want to miss that. It did happen because I did it quickly and then went to the football game. But the Six Sigma family, Kai Allman and those guys, seen the vision through. It took them 7 years. Hopefully we can get projects moved through quicker, but something that is new to the area obviously takes time. But I just want to thank them and the family and also the Utopia folks for buying into Lake County and bringing a new opportunity for tourism for us. So pretty neat.
All right. So 8.1, conference with legal counsel, decision whether to initiate litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4, 2 potential cases, and 8.2, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Earthways Foundation, Inc., v. County of Lake et al. Thank you for joining us.